Wednesday, March 5th. And I call this meeting of the Roaringwood Planning and Zoning Commission to order. We'll start with roll call. Please, down in the end.
Michael Rhodes.
Jeannie Nyer.
Michael Hall.
Jerry Fleming.
Dave Bench. Okay, we have quorum, so we're going to proceed. Let's see whether or not, are there any public comments? Has anybody signed up to do public comments, Michaela?
No comments.
All right, very good. So we'll just move along and to our presentation. And commissioners, I'd like to introduce Sam Alamo, who is an architect with Alder Studios. We've solicited from Alder Studios to have them do a comparison of the segmenting measurement approach that City of Austin uses for building height versus parallel plane, parallel surface. And they've taken 4 properties and looked at them. Sam's going to show us. Alder Studio, by the way, is one of the more prestigious architectural firms here in Austin and have won many awards. And in fact, the founder of the firm has fairly recently been the dean of the School of Architecture at the University of Texas. So they've got a lot of credibility. I think we have the right people doing this. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam to describe what we've given him and what he's done with it, and
Good to go.
please, yeah.
So let me go ahead and share the screen here. Alrighty. Let's see. There's going to be a little bit of lag in terms of what I'm seeing and what you're seeing, so I'll try to keep it slow. For now, I guess let's focus on the 3 models to your left and ignore all the colorful ones for a second. So what we're looking at and what we've been asked to do is provide a graphical representation of these tents
Recording in progress.
or these parallel plane surfaces that would help dictate the height of buildings as it is relative to the ground and to the property line or setback. So if you can see my mouse kind of hovering around this first one, I'll just kind of go through a couple of these and then maybe we'll talk about the different properties. This one is a representation of the parallel plane, starting from your property setback, so you can see the topography has been simply extruded.
Which property is this, Sam? Can you say?
This is 4902 Timberline.
Okay, thank you.
So you oops, sorry. I'm good. Okay. Sorry about that. So in this case, you can see that the topography's been extruded 35 feet to its highest point, and then from the property setback, it starts at 25 feet and incrementally goes over and up 1 foot until you get to your 35-foot max height. And it's really self-explanatory, and I think that's kind of self-evident. Kind of you can see all the options beyond in the distance. Those are different ways that one could start to pick the height limit for an option like the tenting that is more similar to what Austin uses. But this parallel plane projection, we just kind of have one because that's with the parameters that we were given to stick to 25 feet at the setback and move up to 35. This is just that's what you get. That shape is what you get, and that would dictate what your building could the extent of your building. So I'm going to move on to these 2 for a second.
Sorry, Sam. These are all the same property.
These
This
are
is
all
one
the same
property
with
Okay.
different tents
Gotcha. Okay.
overlaid on them.
Gotcha.
So these two options are fairly similar. This option closer to us starts at the property setback, goes up 15 feet and then up at a 45-degree angle. And the one in the distance here, this one, starts at the property line and goes up 15 feet and then over at a 45-degree angle. I think there's different ways you could do it. In Austin, they do it from the property line, but you could start it from the setback, and it gives you a fairly similar result, unless you have a very drastic change in topography from your setback line to your property line. But more often than not, on like a subtle sloping lot, these two are pretty similar. And so what you're looking at is the 40-foot segment. So the street is on our side, to the right, and you start at your building line, and you have 40-foot segments that move towards the rear of your property, and so that's why you're seeing 3 tents, and those tents are picking the high point or the low point, or sorry, the high point of each tent, and that's why you see the tent stepping downward. And so, these tents can sometimes get really complex depending on your site, or they could be really straightforward. And so what we can go on to discuss now is these options over here, which is really how you end up capping your 35-foot limit. The first option in the yellow here of these, maybe I'll just stick to these. The first option takes your tenting, similar to Austin, and takes the parallel projection and overlays those. So you take your topography up 35 feet, and you use that to just slice through all your segments, all your tented segments. And so what your buildable area becomes the portion beneath the blue and the yellow. This option here takes a flat approach to the 35-foot setback, the green plane, and that actually starts from the highest point within the tents. So that's going to give you probably the tallest building height, I guess, option of these. Similar approach with a flat cut at the top in this red option is starting from the low point of these tents. So it's actually starting from down here and going up 35 feet and slicing the tents. So that's going to limit you on the front of this property.
Sam, real quick, just
Yep.
a question. So for like this segment here,
Yes.
oh sorry, is this distance from the high point of all 4 points, or is it just one side?
So it's from the high point. It's. I guess I can show you with my mouse.
4 corners of the segment is this line and this line always the same height? The spring point.
No.
So you did do it one per side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The high point's taken on both sides.
Okay.
So you take the high point of the 2 sides closest to us, and you take the high point of the 2 sides furthest from us, and it gives you kind of a bit of
Yeah.
a skewed tent.
Yeah. Okay.
And then these options, again, the green shows kind of picking the high point, and the red shows picking the low point and moving up. But in this case, you take the high point of each segment and you go up 35 feet. And so what you get is this kind of terraced approach, which, starts to limit your building if you're trying to continue a mass maybe from tent to tent. You're going to have to do something with your roof line, because your max height can't stay consistent unless you're obviously well below that 35-foot mark. And so this one is a bit shorter, starting from the low point. So I think that's if I'm not mistaken, that's kind of, you guys are looking to figure out the best approach. And so there's quite a bit of decision making when you're going with, I guess, these second 2 options, because you have to decide what the top plane is and where you're starting from. Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be possible to like look at it, like maybe look at this one, because I think that's like this is the parallel plane concept, right? There's
Yes.
no options. Can we look at it like more straight on and then compare it to the one a slice
think-
per segment?
I think you showed me once that you could actually bring the two together.
Yes. So I can overlay any of these together. Is there one in particular that you want to see? Like you said, these are kind of terracing down.
I mean, I think maybe that one and that one would be good to see
Yeah.
together, perhaps. Oh no, that's.
So the colors are going to fade, are going to kind of blend a little bit here, but so you can kind of see the parallel plane is
Pretty
gonna-
close.
it's pretty close, but it's going to cut a little bit off in this case.
Yeah.
And it might be, if you went from maybe this one, that one's actually a little bit closer. So some of these, when they do overlap, like when you do a study like this and you kind of overlap them, a lot of these are pretty close. And particularly this line, this three right here with the yellow top, it's really just how you articulate or how you draw or conceptualize this diagonal plane. But the simplicity of the parallel plane is super apparent, because I think what I like about that one is at any point in time, not only as architects can we very easily do this, like anybody can take their topo surface and extrude it, and it's kind of, it dictates your heights very clearly, but somebody inspecting or somebody trying to see if a building's in compliance or not, I mean a 35-foot pole, with 1 foot increments starting at 25, you could very easily go to anywhere on that site and see if a building is or isn't compliant, versus something like this, for example. Anytime you're within this area, like this blue area, you kind of have an infinite amount of points that are very hard to, if you took a pole out to that site and try to figure out if a building is compliant or not with this blue plane here, I think it's a lot more difficult.
Is that something people do, take poles out to measure?
I would assume that an inspector, if you're close, will have, they'll go to your foundation, and maybe I guess either when your foundation or when your house is framed, they'll go up there and they'll measure. I'm not sure if it's a pole or a laser these days, but they'll measure, from your foundation upward. And so if you're, I guess it's almost like a survey. If you have a flat top cut off and you're somewhere down here on this slope, you have to set like a benchmark almost, so that you know how far away from this plane you are from the ground. Versus if you cap the tent or the parallel plane with just the topo surface, then that pole quite literally tells you, 35 feet above where I'm standing is how tall that building could be. So there's something really nice about the simplicity of this diagram.
I guess I'm thinking about that. If you've already built the foundation and the measurement is from the grade, how would you be able to do a measurement on that because the parallel plane starts from the grade, right?
Yeah.
So then you
So I
build
guess
your
it would-
foundation, your foundation's gonna go above the grade.
Yeah, I
presumably.
guess your your pole or whatever the tool they're using to measure would be up against the slab edge or your retaining wall till you hit grade, and then you go up from there.
So you could tell on the edges, you just can't necessarily tell in the middle.
Oh, in the middle, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess in the middle, if you're like looking at a tower in the center of a building or something, for example, I guess, you'd have to know your dimension of the slab above grade, and then, use that to kind of map out.
What address was this again?
This one is 4902 Timberland.
Is that yours?
That's mine.
There's a house on this?
Mm-hmm.
This one had a house, and you can kind of see it in the shape of these two topo lines. Like you can kind of see that it probably sits like a rectangle there, and that's why you're getting this kind of flat zone of topography. So we took the existing lots cleared off the CAD that was the house, and we kind of connected the dots, for example, for the topo. So that's kind of why you're seeing that flat portion here.
Oh, do we have any context for, like, when I look at that, to me it looks like on the property lines, the topo lines are pretty evenly spaced, like it's an even slope, right? And then in the middle, it's not such, which is probably a representation that there's a structure there, right? But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the parallel plane ordinance is native grade, existing grade? Is
Yeah, that's
that
right.
right?
That's right, yeah, yeah.
So I guess obviously you have to make some choices because you don't know what existing grade was, and I don't have the existing
Well, to the
survey,
extent that the survey provides existing grade, then you have a starting point. And all that they've done is using the existing grade, connect the dot, as you say, connect the dots between the contours. This isn't a particularly complicated surface that he's looking at right now, so it's not that difficult to do
Yeah, but I
that
think
connection.
like clearly that was not original grade. This was fill placed in order, maybe there's a little cut and there's some fill there or something.
But that is what the survey was. And we've defined existing grade.
Yeah, I don't know where the
We've
house,
de-
I
yeah,
don't
we-
know where the house
we've de-
was,
we-
but
We've defined native grade as being whatever the surveyor sees whenever he gets there. Whatever surveyed in, whenever you're doing your building permit.
And so I'm not sure if you guys want to look at the other properties. We can quickly go through them just so you can see, but they're, in terms of discussing them, they'll be, we could use this one or any of ones that you guys would like, but to discuss all the concepts, but yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I just have a question. All right, so, like this image right here, how would a pitched roof,
Good.
work on that lot? I mean, would it extend beyond, it's not gonna extend beyond that yellow, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This would be your roof,
Yeah.
the highest part of any building.
if the live
Gee-
inside of that whole thing.
Yeah, Jeannie, think about it this way. What he's defined here is the buildable area
Right.
in volume. And that anything you want to build inside that volume is okay. It's whenever you penetrate the edges of that volume that you're out of bounds.
Okay, so, I guess with this image, you're pretty much maxed out with a flat roof of some sort, right? With the,
Yes, at 35 feet. So that's like a two to 3 story house.
2 to 3
But if you have a
story
1
house.
story house with a pitched roof, you'll be within that tenth. And obviously, when you get to a 2 story house or a 3 story house, that pitch, depending on how steep it is, will be limited somewhat by any of these planes at some point.
I guess it would be easier for me to visualize it if you could do the pitched roof inside that 35 feet. So I could see, kind of what it actually would look like, the max, but that's okay.
Can you go to the side, like a straight side view, possibly?
So with 35 feet, you could conceivably build a 3-story house, 10-foot floors, 10-foot high floors, and then a flat roof or something. Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably be closer to something with like 9-foot floors, or
Okay.
10 and 9 and 9, or 10 and, you know, 8.5
Okay.
and 8.5, because with their structure, but yeah.
Okay.
And so I guess what this parallel plane is rectifying is see on the short side of the lot, you have a 35-foot height limit above grade, and on the tall side of the lot, you have that same 35-foot limit. Whereas I guess when you're looking at, you know, something closer to this tent, maybe you have a 45-foot limit on the low side of your lot, and a 35-foot limit on the tall side. And then depending on where you take that plane and lift it vertically, you know, you might limit your house to a 25-foot in the front and a 35-foot in the back, depending on grade and where you decide to pick that point and extrude it vertically.
Can you go back to that one that you overlaid the two, possibly? You can maybe look at the side of that one.
So it looks like maybe in this middle portion you're getting a little bit closer to like 7 feet over your plane, just determined by that flat 35-foot line, and based on where it is on the site. So instead of 35, maybe here you get like a 42-foot limit.
And what is giving you that 42-foot limit?
Because, for example, in this tent, you're let me just hide
That's
this
from
one.
tenting?
Well, it's from your
On the hard point.
it's from the high point. So we're, you know, sorry, let me get rid of this one.
Yeah, so 35 feet from the high point, so then at the low point, it's gonna be.
Yeah, we took, you know, you took your each portion of these 40-foot segments took a 35-foot height limit from the highest point.
Hmm.
So depending on if your grade is sloping like it is here, then, you know, you get that height, that buildable area, which is closer to 42 in this case. Just because we took this plane and brought it up from this corner, which is the high point of this 40-foot segment. So that's where a lot of subjectivity comes into play with these tents, is who chooses where you start that point, and do you start from the low point or the high point, or the average of the two? And so there's, you know, there's a lot more subjectivity, I think, when you get into these tents the way Austin does it. Especially if you guys are trying to write your own ordinance, you have to start from somewhere, and I guess in these cases there's got to be a decision made, and I don't know how you get to that point.
Very painfully.
Yeah, really painfully, or
Years.
Is there one of these that slopes side to side? Is there
I believe so.
one of these lots
Yeah.
that
So this is 49 Timberline. This is 4715 Timberline, and this one slopes from corner to corner, diagonally. I think this one, Bettis.
that is, there's
Bettis. Oh, there's an M in there. Okay,
probably
Bettis.
the least slope.
Yeah, so it's the least slope, but it slopes from side to side, and it's a little unique because it's a corner lot, so it's got a 30-foot setback on the front and side. So that's why you don't even see a kind of a terracing on the front side, because it's already beyond your 20-foot limit, so it's already at the 35-foot limit. And I guess just to walk through the last lot that we have, for example, is this Rockway, which is a really peculiar pork chop looking site. And that actually causes a lot of issues, even for us when we're working on sites like this, for creating a tent. Because there's, in Austin, what we're kind of asked to do is you take a line from the 2 points of your, you know, if this is the cul-de-sac and this is the front of your property, you take a straight line from these 2 points, and that dictates the angle at which you extrude these tents in 40-foot segments. And based on, yeah, and based on this funny, peculiar corner condition that extends your lot point all the way down to here, you get this really irrational line that has no relevance to the front of the house. And so you get these wild tents that become really just anybody's interpretation, and this was mine, of what that tent starts to look like when you extrude it from a property line or a setback, because you're not even landing on the lot when you create a rational, portion. So that's another thing, that these parallel planes was super easy for any lot like this. It's kind of, again, self-explanatory. You just extrude the site, and you can have your stepping, which is still very, once you decide what's a side lot versus a rear setback, it creates a very simple extrusion, and easy for plan reviewers to understand, easy for architects to work within the constraint, easy for somebody inspecting to, I guess, get to that lot. But when you get into, when you get into something, oh, sorry about that. When you get into something like this, you're just kind of, you're kind of living in just whoever decides what's the most rational, and it becomes really cumbersome. And I think, I don't think that's going to, speed up any process. At least in Austin, that never helps. Usually when we have a project like this with a funky lot, we set up a PPR meeting to go into the city and kind of ask them, like, tell us what exactly you want us to do and how you want us to tent this property, because, you might spend a bunch of time and then somebody interprets it differently, and then the bounds of your buildable area are just vastly different.
So the parallel plane is much easier.
By far, especially on a lot like this. I think in most cases, it's just easier and more straightforward, but definitely when you get a weird lot with lot lines that are not parallel, and especially these cul-de-sac lots that are triangles, essentially.
Just a clarification, you think parallel plane is easier than Austin's tenting or easier than our current rules?
I'm not fully aware of your current rules, but it's definitely easier than Austin's tenting.
Okay, so it's a little out of context compared to what we currently have.
Yes, because what you have, sorry, Dave just reminded me. So you pick your high point and you go up 35 feet and you throw a flat plane across the site.
Yeah,
That's pretty straightforward too.
okay.
Not in terms of complexity, that might be even simpler. Not better or worse, but yeah, so you just go up 35 feet from the highest point and you throw a straight line.
Okay.
But then you get, I guess you get super tall houses in some portions. And in Austin, we have a lot of 50-foot wide lots. So when you have, an urban lot 50 feet wide with these tents, Austin makes a lot of exceptions for how you can penetrate the tent, and sometimes that's necessary to the nature of a small compact lot. But maybe on a bigger suburban lot, you're not really trying to squeeze, condense a house into the smallest or smallest possible lot with a protected tree on the site. So this kind of simplicity of that's your tent and you just can't build beyond it seems to be straightforward.
Can we go back to the side one? The whichever.
Bettis?
No, I think it was Timberline, maybe 4715. So, is it easy for you to pull dimensions off this or no?
Not quite, not live, but I could throw a line. And what are you interested in seeing?
So I'd be interested to see, like, if you took a straight line across here, what do you have in height from, this high point? Oh, sorry.
From this point.
Touch screen. Sorry. From there across, and then what's what height do you have there?
Yeah, that's the part I have a hard time visualizing with the
Here you have
straight parallel.
So
plane.
that's
23 foot 10
23 foot 10.
instead of 25 feet.
And what do you have? How much slope?
Oh, from the low
over-
point? From here?
Sure, yeah, from the low point of the eave, which would be
Uh-oh.
the top of the second floor.
Is that my screen or my computer or your computer?
It looks like you clicked on share, so just go ahead and share your screen. Okay?
Oh, my computer didn't. That was fully charged. Yep. Battery. Do you guys have an outlet down here?
Do you have a Dell?
I have a power cord. I just need an outlet. I guess I'll have to move away from the mic.
Come with this mic here.
Do you wanna plug in over here?
If that works, we just talk
Is that
from
okay?
his mic.
Yeah,
Yep.
you
Does
can
that,
talk from
does that
another
meet
mic.
protocol?
Yeah.
there's one here.
Yeah.
We're all.
I don't know why we didn't do
Can we
that to
have
begin with.
third parties at the
I
dining?
think
Yeah.
Audience has gotta be on the, he'll be on
Plugs
the
over
screen,
here.
I mean, on the TV, so it's, yeah, cause all of this is.
That was definitely not a consulting fee to be live on
Yeah,
television.
just go over there.
Okay.
We can get paid for that.
Wherever.
Yeah, sorry about that. Fully loaded computer.
There's outlets here.
Well,
And if you'd like, you can have this corner too. Do you wanna be closer to the city?
I think I'm
Okay.
okay.
And the same computer likes to do that too, likes to just die.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, what happened? It was like 50%, now it's 0.
Yeah, I don't want to start the Mac versus PC
Oh.
debate.
I'm not gonna defend the Mac,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
okay.
Disconnected. Reconnect. Share screen. Okay. So you were saying maybe
So
from
yeah,
this-
I'd like to know, like, from there, if you draw a straight line and over, a level line, what height can you have on the opposite side?
you get 14'7".
Yeah. Okay. And if you do the same exercise on the tinting version, cause obviously you have 25 on the left, right? 25 to 14.7,
Yes.
is that right? Okay.
Yeah, but what does that line represent?
A level second floor, like, you know, if you had an eave here, if you had 2 stories and you had an eave here,
Uh-huh.
right? Like, which is why we had landed at 25 feet, cause we thought everyone should be able to have a 2-story house on the setback.
Uh-huh.
So by the time you get over here, you're at 14, basically. Is what you're
Oh, I
saying.
see. If you go straight across with a 2-story.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd be interested to see what that is on the tinted version, how,
So you want to go from this point straight across and down. 17'6". And I guess that one's uncapped. I guess you would have to pick a.
yeah.
I guess we're low enough where it doesn't matter, but yeah.
You good, Mike? Other questions?
Not off the top of my head.
Anybody else have any other questions or wanna see a different property or anything like that?
yes, let's see.
What would you like to s-
Property. I
Okay,
mean, we have 4, right?
we have 4.
Yep.
And we've only seen 3?
I kind of went through them all quickly,
Oh.
but so I guess we started with 4902 Timberline. We're on 4715 Timberline. We kind of talked about the Funky 5 Rockway, and this is Bettis. So we kind of briefly talked about as well. Being a corner lot, you know, you kind of only have this terracing or this tenting, whatever you want to call that, angle on the back side of your or on the one small side of your side lot. And I'm not sure how much further if you want to go.
What's the difference between the blue and the orange on the studies?
These two are the same. I was just graphically trying to show parallel plane with the yellow. So it's actually, these three are the same, and so are the ones on the left.
How hard would it be to put dimensions on like some of these to give us a few views for each lot and throw dimensions on it? Would that be hard?
Live right now?
No, like
Oh.
later. No, not right now.
Yeah, it's
Pretty easy.
You mean for a report?
Yeah, like
We're gonna need a
Some-
report
yeah,
eventually.
something that's, you know-
We're gonna have to capture some of this, yeah.
okay.
How hard is it to crudely mass a sample house within any of this?
That's what Alex just did for me.
It's pretty simple. Yeah, just like a standard looking house. You just pull up some extrusions.
I was just thinking about that 14 versus 17 feet. I have a hard time picturing the shape of the house you do, you know, factoring in that you have to have a flat floor. And,
I have a question there too. Doesn't the proposal allow excavation so that you don't
Yeah,
lose, you don't lose
it
that 3
does.
feet?
So you can
Are you
cut
asking
in,
me?
you can still cut in,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, you're
Cut
talking
into
about the
it.
parallel plane ordinance? Or what? What ordinance?
The proposal that came over from CRCRC.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, it's true. You know, I mean, whenever you're looking at those differences between 25 feet and say 17 or 14 or wherever it is, what you were doing that comparison. There's nothing saying that you couldn't cut into that hillside and still have the native, still honor the native contours.
Yeah, that my understanding is you can dig all you want.
Yeah.
But I
And
still
you go
think
down as long as you want, right?
in a situation like that where there is so much slope, if you're trying to build a sort of like, pardon the phrase, but sort of dumb 2-story box on a steeply sloping lot, I don't think you're working with the context that you have. And so I think that you have to be mindful of a sloping site, and most architects take advantage of those features rather than trying to like make sure that they've got a full 2-story house on the front setback.
Sure. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think, we could, I know we're quite into the debate phase, but I think like, if you go back to that other one where it was 14 feet, right now it's 35. So it's a 21-foot difference.
Yeah. and
Right,
like
that
a
is not an,
10 or 15 foot
unsubs-
setback.
yeah,
Is that the 15-foot setback on the right?
I think that's a 10.
These are both 10.
Both 10?
So we've gone from,
Now, of course, too, you know, this assumes that you're building right to the edges of the buildable area as well.
But you can build a 2-story house on the right, and then you can make some adjustments so that on the left, you also have 2-story, but it might be that your 2-story goes down a level. And you can have a full flat floor in this situation where it's, you know, the second story is up high on the right and the additional story is down low on the left. Would be,
Could you put like a garage on the left,
yeah.
down low?
Okay, we're gonna need to wrap up the presentation at some point. We can come back to this. We have an agenda item to discuss this some more. But with regard to the presentation, is there anything else you wanted to see? And if not, I'll close the presentation down and we'll move on.
I was kind of hoping we would actually see, I think what we asked for, the, you know, kind of some representations of houses, how they would fit in the different.
No, that is not what we asked for.
No, I said what we asked for in the meeting, that we said that we can actually see the outline of a house under there to see what it looks like.
Well, we would need to add that to our request to Alder Studio. It's something that, you know, it's not something we asked for. So,
I thought Jeannie just asked for that.
I'm sorry?
Didn't Jeannie just ask for that?
Well,
Yeah, but we're
I
under
just-
contract. We have a
Right.
contract with these
but,
folks.
but Alex
Right.
just
You
did
know?
that.
Well, this is old stuff.
Yeah, but still it shows.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you can have a typical standard traditional house within the envelope that you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like the city of Austin, like their diagrams are pretty similar. Yeah, I guess at that point, you know, it's kind of like, what kind of house do you want to see?
Yeah,
Because then it gets into
Yeah.
like, do you
Like-
want
Right.
It's,
indefinite
for
amount?
someone who's not,
I think
Yeah.
if it's possible, Sam, what would be helpful?
Thanks,
and I
Gene.
mean, I know you can't do it now, but it would be nice to
What a
say,
house would be.
like,
Yeah,
a flat line here.
that's right. It would be that, yeah.
Right, and then give us, sort of take the limiting points like here and here, give us flat lines and then dimension there, and kind of see how what that really is. It's hard to take it in without real numbers,
Yeah.
you know, and maybe even a side view of that, possibly. Then I don't, just so you can see like, okay, well, you know, I mean, if somebody puts a foundation at grade on the right side, you know, what kind of height do they have so that's obviously your main floor, right? Or something, like how much height do they really have at that point
Yeah.
before they have to start, you know, bringing it in?
Can you remind me which property this is?
4715 Timberline.
Which way is that slope going, from street?
We're standing on the street looking back, so it's sloping
Up to the right.
diagonally from the street to the back right corner.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, with regard to what's going on here for suggesting what needs to be added or changed, we ought to hold that for the discussion item.
Okay.
Okay, right now, we're still in presentation mode. If you have no more questions about the presentation such as it is, we can move on, and then we can pick this other discussion up here in a second. And I'm asking Sam to stick around to, you know, so that he can participate in that too, so, okay? So, if we're good, I'd like to close the presentation off. We'll move on to, consent agenda.
Sit next to you.
All right,
Not somebody's seat.
right, moving along. Agenda item number 3, the consent agenda.
So good to see you. Guilty come from the corner.
I trust everyone's had a chance to look at the meeting minutes,
Oh,
expertly done.
oh, that's
once
right.
again, yeah. Does anybody have a motion for me, please?
On the minutes?
Yeah.
I'll move to approve the minutes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
All right, I'll second.
All right, motion is second, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? Ayes carry. Moving along to regular agenda item number 4. Discussion of next steps for the joint public hearing on March 26, 2025 regarding Alder Studios assessment of residential building height and proposed height measurement using properties located at 2403 Bettis Boulevard, 5 Rockway, 4715 Timberline Drive, and 4902 Timberline Drive. Folks, we started some discussion a second ago. We can pick it up right now. There are probably some suggestions that we need to record and see whether we can get that to happen. So, floor's open.
I would love to see a house, you know, like the drawing that Alex did on perhaps each one of those 4 lots, just to give not only this commission, but also the council members and the general public a visual for the context. If it doesn't cost too much money. Because I know that there the appropriation was, I don't know what it was.
Okay, I think what we would need to do, you know, is to determine ourselves what would satisfy this request. What would it be? We don't have the building plans for these 4 places, so we can't just plug those in yet. I mean, maybe we could. I don't know how. If we had the building plans, Sam, would you just be able to stick them in there, or would it be more complicated than that?
We would be essentially modeling a house from as-built. Is that what you're asking?
As an as-built house, just taking the plan.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if there's. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
One other thing before you answer too, I mean, I don't know, I designed a house in that 4902 and we chose not to build it, design it under the current parameters. You know, it was not a spec house. We weren't trying to max anything out. In fact, the opposite. But I mean, my architect must have a file. Would we be able to just plug that on there and see how it interacts with the parallel plane if we had the?
Yeah, if they have a SketchUp model
Yeah.
or some similar model where we can import it, we could just bring that house and, you know, just insert it there. That might be, because the question you asked about plugging a house, like, you know, we could make a very simple traditional house and just put it on there for scale, if that's what you're asking, so you can see how big a person is relative to those tents.
Yes, that
But-
really is what I'm asking.
I think the questions you're asking, Mike, in terms of like setting, you know, if we're taking those 2 questions and merging them, you know, it's like you have a slab here with a certain height, but is it just, you want to see a pancake level, 9-foot ceiling height across the lot? It starts to get a little ambiguous, at least for me, in terms of what you're looking for.
Yeah, I guess my thought was not drawing a house. It was just taking
Just
what you've already
dimensions.
done and putting some dimensions with reference to, you know, everything gets built level with respect to some level lines, right? So maybe it's the high point of a segment versus the low point of the spring line, right? That's gonna kind of be part of what limits you if you want to have one level floor across the front of the lot.
Okay.
And then kind of the same thing side to side, right? A little, I mean, obviously that floor has to go back some amount. So it's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, like, what does that look like? And
Yeah.
that's so not like a house, just dimensions.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we'd have to take some assumptions of a flat level from that point, extrude it across the site, side to side and back towards the rear. You know, it's like, I guess,
Well, no, I would say like take the high point. I mean, do the same exercise for parallel plane and the segmenting. I think just do them the same, right? But take the high point of the frontage on the front of the lot, right? Left or right, pick the high point, run a straight line all the way across. Obviously, at the high, it's 25 feet to the spring line on one side. On the other side, it's going to be less, right? And then kind of do the same experiment on the sides,
okay,
and that's it.
okay.
Like just that.
I
I don't think there's anything else needed. Just so we can kind of, because it's hard to it's hard to understand. Like, well, yeah, obviously you've got some less height over here. So it'd be nice to kind of see what that difference
How
is.
dramatic is it?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I did think it was a little visually confusing to have the pitches so high. I think that made it, well, it seemed to, in my mind, limit how much a real pitch could be in that 35-foot requirement. So,
But you could lop that off. You actually have some.
You're talking about like the ghost, like the lines that kind of
Take
go.
the
Yeah.
projection out
Yeah.
and just leave the flat surface on there, 35 feet.
Yes.
You have that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just got to clear those lines off
Right.
graphically,
Yeah.
and then just
and then
put,
decide, I guess, what that that point is that you want.
Because
'Cause we made some
It
assumptions.
makes it seem like we're not able to build as much as we should, or as much as we actually can, I should say. Because it is kind of confusing, well.
Yeah.
Well, we had talked about the model you had where you lit, and I don't know what you used for a datum to get up to 35, but 35, like stepping it per segment was the discussion, and that was only for hipped roof. We had talked about reducing at 32 for a flat roof, which I don't know that we need to draw the 32. I think it's probably good enough for now, but I think that's the one we had talked about going with, but we hadn't decided on where do you measure the 35 feet?
I think the intention of this exercise was to help visualize how these approaches work on growing wood properties. I know that I've heard a lot of times where people were said, you know, I just can't get my mind around this idea of parallel plane where you're taking a surface and then you're putting it up 35 feet. What's happening here? I can't get that in my mind. And I think that what's been demonstrated here is it's really not all that complicated. It is. You just bring it up and you've got a box there that is now, you know, it's got a top and a bottom. Now, if there's more that we need to get for visualization, you know, I think that's fine. But hopefully, you kind of at least get the notion of what a parallel plane means, and how using our step back method, how that can be applied so that you can have effectively a tented restriction. What you want to put inside those boxes, either one of these, I think need to define that and then ask them if they can do it, or if they would do it, or how much it would cost us to do it.
Well,
Whatever.
and actually,
Yeah.
Alex has already done it, so, maybe we just need to attach her documents well, your schematics that you've already given us.
Well,
on
he's
that.
here because whatever I did was not effective. So I think.
I think
that-
the only hard part with that is it was translating 3D to 2D on Alex's, because
Yeah.
that's all you can kind of do in a visual like that. So
Yeah.
you're seeing one elevation, you don't see what the impact is if that's sloping in different directions.
I think taking the house you designed, because he's got it in SketchUp,
Yeah,
would be an easy exercise.
If we have
like,
if we have the drawing file for that,
I'm sure.
you know, that is
I'm sure I do,
something that can be projected.
I think he has it in SketchUp.
And then you just drag that in. I think that sounds like it'd be an easy exercise.
Yeah, because then we're not arbitrarily designing some house to some.
Yeah, then you're not just arbitrary. Okay,
Or,
this is what this house looks like using this method. This is what this house looks like using this method. Does it penetrate the top surfaces? It might penetrate them both. I don't know, or neither.
And I know y'all studied mine at one point and
Yeah.
said that there were some, points which would be shaved off the parallel plane, but what we hadn't started doing at that point was looking at the tente.
That's
So
right.
that'll be what's
That's right.
interesting to
I
see.
think that's the only location was along the side.
Yeah.
Tenting, but not the overall height effectively. And your house is flat roof, and I don't know if you would also like to see pitched roofs, if that's more
Well-
relatable or something, I don't know.
I think to your point, Dave, this was helpful to me to understand the parallel plane and hear that it's not complicated to draw that parallel plane graphically. And then I think, what unfortunately this kind of raised to me is the second complication that I hadn't thought of until I look at this is then, okay, how do you design a house within that? So we can draw it. I continue to look at this, and what I've struggled with the whole time is there's some sloping along the tinting side, and with a 3D modulating surface on tinting side and height, to a certain extent, if you're building a flat floor, you're managing to some of those lower points that are going to impact. So, when we think of, okay, we're just going to limit, not having more 45-foot houses, we're going to limit to 35 feet. On some lots, are you practically limiting certain areas to dramatically less than that, absent excavation, which I'd be interested in the professionals. I know when I was designing a house, I was kind of told to try to be cautious about excavation because it's not inexpensive. And we've got all rock here. You know, we also have people coming in and complaining about jackhammering right now. I think if we say everybody start excavating, that's gonna become an issue too.
Brooke, would you like to?
What I have a question for Sandy,
Okay.
and that is, in the draft ordinance, there is an opportunity to increase height by, excavation below the parallel plane when starting 20 feet horizontal from the side. And I don't know if, you know, for the example, you were saying that where this side has 35 feet and this side has 17, you would be limited by the 17 feet allowed on the high side. But I think the proposal that's coming to council from CRCRC would allow excavation so that you wouldn't be limited, you would be allowed to excavate so that the structure on the high side could be 35 feet as measured from the low side. You could excavate to that point. So I want to make sure that we've captured that concept in whatever is going to go to council so that we have the impact of the proposal in its totality.
I feel like that's just always been a given. Like, I don't know that that's relevant. Like, you can excavate currently, you can excavate under the segmenting approach, you can excavate under the parallel plane approach.
Well, let me
Yeah,
ask this question.
So-
Then why is the 17 foot an issue? Why is that a limit?
Because I don't think people want to bury a floor.
I'm sorry.
I don't think people want a below grade floor.
Well, we do actually see quite a bit of it. I
I
mean,
mean,
you know,
there's
we're,
some. No, I mean, I know there's
Yeah.
some, but I'm saying at
Yeah.
the front of your house, I don't think most people want to bury the main level. I don't think they want to do that.
Or even that, where the difference is 5 feet, not a whole level.
I don't know what's
But
happened so
anyway,
much.
that
But,
is
but,
the
but
proposal.
currently, what we're seeing, like on the corner of Vale, and then they're now at the corner of Timberline and Edge Grove, there's a significant amount of excavation. I don't know what the ultimate house is gonna look like. I didn't look at the plans. But there's a significant amount of excavation is going on that I presume is gonna put a floor, most of a floor underground, at least the rear
It's a
part
garage.
of these things. Seems like, it doesn't seem uncommon, is all I'm saying, is that seems to be like what people are doing right now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
My point is, if that's part of the proposal,
Yeah.
I'd like, if it's not too difficult, I'd like to see with and without the excavation, perhaps, on one example.
What would
So
we
that
pick?
we can understand the impact of the proposal that's being considered. If we don't have that, then we don't see that aspect of it on the model. But, so my question to Sam is, you know, let's say we take Tony's house plans and put it in the model, or we do something else, would it be possible to show it that plan with and without excavation?
You could extrude that same house down one level and show a basement of equal size, or if
Yeah, I think it would be the difference, you know, if you have, I don't know if you looked at that part of the proposal or not.
we looked at it, but I think, what we were studying in those diagrams is literally just your building envelope upwards versus exploring different possibilities of what a house could look like within that envelope. Does that kind of answer your question? So we just explored the tent and the envelope itself, not if you can fit 3 or 4 floors, or where you could, or if you want to do a big flat frontage that has versus a split level house that kind of flows with the land, with the grade. So there's an infinite amount of possibilities, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't remember,
want
I don't
this
remember,
concept.
well, I don't remember the details of Tony's house plan. I know that it did break the plane on one side, and it wouldn't have if it had been reversed. I can remember that, but I don't remember whether there was any excavation going to happen or not.
There was some, it wasn't like, let's go dig this out so that we can
Yeah.
flatten, but it, yeah, there was,
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's always a little bit, right? But-
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I think right now we have a code.
right,
We have a parallel plane proposal.
right,
We have a segmenting proposal.
right.
Every one of those proposals, at least in my understanding, allow you to dig.
Sure,
And what we're worried about is what you see above grade.
that's right, exactly.
So I don't, no offense, I just don't know why
Yeah,
showing that is meaningful to the debate.
Well, it occurred to me that when you were saying, I'm losing this much. with
I'm not
respect-
losing anything.
yeah,
I'm using your
Yeah.
word, I'm using the words you were using describing that diagram.
yeah,
And so the difference, and you were saying you could only go, making the point that on the high side, you would have a maximum 17-foot wall. And compared to current, you would lose, I think these were your words, you would lose 12 feet of volume. So that's.
21 versus current, but yeah.
That is why I think the ability to excavate is important. If that argument's gonna be made, the ability to show that you can avoid that loss by excavation,
Yeah.
I think is an important point for people to know.
Well, you're not gonna
Okay, I have a
excavate
question.
21 feet.
Would it be possible, and this is added scope, but perhaps it's helpful for the conversation, would it be possible, because it's very easy, to take the current ordinance and do one picture of these lots with that? Because it's literally just find the high and the low point. As long as they're less than 10 feet, you get 35 feet from the high point. If it's more than 10 feet, you take 45 feet from that low point. It's that simple. One flat line. And then you go straight up to
Okay.
the property lines. Would that
Yeah, I
be?
kinda don't know why
Well,
we didn't.
that-
I don't know why we
is-
didn't
yeah.
ask for that.
that
before.
is an ad, that's an ad
Yeah, it's
to,
certainly an ad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
But we also have a number of diagrams from CRCRC that do that.
well, I guess what
That's
Mike
the
is
point.
asking is for these particular lots, since we've already looked at these and we've got something rolling here.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I think from the reason I ask is I keep going back to like the number one complaint that I have heard over and over and over again is the house looms over the neighbor on the side property
That's
line.
right.
Genie, right? The Genie example. And so I feel like that's the real problem we're trying to solve. And if we don't know how far we've come from where we're at today, it's kind of hard to make a
Well-
determination if
well,
we've
right
gone
now-
far enough or too far.
But right now, the current code is that you can have a 35-foot wall right from the get-go. You can go 10 feet off of the property line, and you can go up 35 feet immediately. So there's two components to this. Not only are we regulating how the measurement is done, but we're also now adding a component that says, well, you have to start at 25 feet. If you're 10 feet away from the property line, that is not in the current code. Okay, that's not one of our current rules. So we have two things here. So if we're comparing what we have today against what's being proposed here, it's gonna look like a big box. It's just
Super
sticking out.
easy, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's an easy comparison to make, but
Yeah, I think the visualization, like laying them over top of each other was
Yeah.
super helpful, and then if we had that layered over top, you can kind of see
I mean,
the iteration.
if you think that that's a useful thing, I guess it's okay. I guess, we can put a big ugly box on each one of these things.
I mean,
That's
I
kind of
don't
what
know
it is.
why we weren't smart enough to ask the first time. Honestly, it seems like low hanging
That's what it'll be, okay, you had 5, so it'll be 35 feet around, except it's 40 feet here because we got slope.
And remember,
Well, yeah, it's not because of the slope. It's a little different. It's
So
not.
I have a question. Because I don't understand the resistance really. Is it that you don't wanna change the code? You wanna keep the current code? Is that basically what you all are saying? Because,
No, I have the same question as you with that tent is how do you pitch, what fits in there?
Yeah.
I just don't have any perspective on scale, so I look at that and I don't know dimensions. So, I mean, it's right here, you know, when I look at that,
yeah,
I don't know what size a person is. I don't know if that's
right.
super high or if it's
I know.
super, I mean, it kind of looks to me like the other thing we're solving for is what spec builders have done in maximizing. So one of the things I looked at that is we're going to wind up with spec builders building big flat roof boxes, which isn't necessarily what they're building for the most part now. I mean, it's hard. Where do you stop? And it's a very difficult thing, but I mean, I'm worried most about the unintended consequences. There will be some that we're not going to factor in. It's just given. It's trying to limit the scale and quantity of those. So I don't think of it, I mean, I think we're making an extremely important decision that impacts a large number of people, you know, potentially forever. You know, I think my main perspective is that we shouldn't be doing that lightly. And we've studied the hell out of it. So I'm not saying we're not on that road. I just, you know, I don't think you say, well, we've looked at it enough and let's move on without, I mean, you know, I would love, you know, if you had an unlimited budget, I would love to take 5 or 6 lots and create some different variation. We're probably not gonna be able to do that, but the closest we can get to that, to me, is what would make me the most comfortable.
Okay, well, we have a public hearing coming up on the 26th, okay? And that's going to happen. It won't be, it may or may not be with P and Z present, but there will be a public hearing on the 26th. And at that public hearing, we're planning to schedule Sam to do a presentation, and some of this will be that. Now, if there's something else that needs to go into that, we need to figure out what that is exactly so that we can get that work beforehand. Because, and I'm gonna say, that closes the door on what we're asking Sam and them to do, because the public hearing will have taken place. We've shown essentially everything that needs to be shown for us to go on to the next step, which is make a decision.
I'd like to make a comment that, kind of going back a little bit, the house next to Jeannie, that is a product of excavation. And next to you,
Yeah,
that
let's
house
get, would you
starts
get to the
about-
microphone, please? Thanks, Alex.
Alex Robinette, 2500 Hatley. The house next to you is a product of excavation, and it's 14 feet and change from their property line next to you. And so when they get to 20 feet, they're at 44 to 45 feet off her property line. And that's when you apply tenting to what I think you're suggesting. So I don't know how that captures like how you can protect that house from happening again. That's what I would like to see. Like, what rules are you applying that make it so that can't happen?
Oh, I think
In
the
his
tenting
proposed? Yeah,
would
he's got
completely cut it. I mean, the tenting proposals are the same.
How?
Very similar.
How? Because I'd like to see it, because I don't think it does. It does it for a little bit, but the way that house looms is is 20 feet, which is where you well, it's actually up to 42 feet. So
But isn't it 40 some odd feet tall? That front
It's
left corner.
no, it actually kind of steps back a little bit. It's actually on the back, facing Jeannie, that it said its maximum. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I need to pull it back up.
Well, it's their side.
But I don't think that there's a limitation on height on what you're suggesting. There's only a limitation within the tenting, within that side tenting
no.
piece.
We said what we discussed was that we would cap it at 35 feet in each segment, and we wanted to get these diagrams with some dimensions so we could figure out, do we take an average, do we take a low point, do we take a high point? And we were like, let's stay open-minded about that. And we're gonna do 35 feet for a pitched roof, 32 feet for a flat roof.
Okay, but that gets very complicated under what you're suggesting, and even one of the things he showed had 42 feet. I remember him calling out, this is 42 feet. because of the slope within that segment. When you have your 35-foot top and it slopes, you can get up to 42 feet.
I've never heard a single complaint from anyone in the neighborhood about how tall a house is in the middle of a lot.
It's
Okay.
not really in the middle. It's at 20 feet from the property
That's
line.
it.
That's the
It's a,
extent of the tenting.
well, I don't have to put some dimensions on diagrams. I don't
Yeah.
think that's right.
And if they were above her, that would feel even more imposing. And that's, that happens we're not talking about the back of lots, but that happens too, particularly when there's a lot that's above one that's below.
I don't think any of these solve that. I think
Yeah.
there's some of those situations that are unsolvable.
Well, and when you're concerned about unintended consequences, and you're going to make a decision about how you're measuring each of these segments, like there's an infinite number of possibilities that can occur because of the complexity of our lots, like even Duke's lot. I mean, did anybody know how challenging that would be to tent, the one on Rockway Cove? And so, you guys are going to have to make a recommendation of which of those segments and which of those parts of each of those segments you think is the governing factor that's going to solve all these problems.
Okay, very good. Again, just going back, if in fact building the box that would go around this using the current code would be useful, I think we can ask for that. It's easy to understand. We can ask to do that. If there's something else that needs to be put inside the box, or we need to represent things a different way, we got to hear it tonight. I was hoping that we would get this, but I kind of expected a certain amount of,
Well,
once you
I
see
like-
what it is, it makes you ask more questions, It's-
I liked having that diagram of a man in there, just to kind of,
Oh, just put a 6-foot guy in there?
yeah, whatever. If that's, that shouldn't be very
That's-
difficult to do. And then eliminating those tall things, because that was.
Can you put a man in there right now?
Well, no, it's all right, but for
No,
the
he's
meeting
here.
next, for the public hearing.
For the public hearing. So for the sake, that's a good suggestion. So for the sake of scale, it would be useful to you to see, say a man, we call it 6 feet maybe. Say this is the human dimension of it. Okay? Okay, so we're asking, do we want the box? Do we want the current?
I would love to see that layered
Current?
over top.
Okay,
Yeah.
current, okay. So we have current, we have human dimension. What else we need?
A house, my file.
You want to, can we get that? Let's try for
I'm
that.
98% sure I have it
98%
saved,
we can
yeah.
do that, okay. We can get this, okay, and we can shove that into we can probably use that in all of them if you want.
Maybe,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Is it
it doesn't make,
It's not.
It's not.
yeah.
It's a flat roof.
Well,
I bet it's a flat roof. I assume you could just put a crude pitch on it too, right?
Okay, is that good? All right, so you can get that for us?
Yes.
Get us the digits. Anything, okay. We catching this, Michaela? All right, all right. What else do we need? What else will help move this along? All right.
I think that would help a lot, personally.
Okay. Yeah, please. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, please.
I guess I gotta look at those again deeper, but just from drawing those diagrams, from what I'm hearing, if the biggest concern is the height of the property, or the height of the height of the house at the edge of the property, doesn't the parallel plane concept limit that so that it actually, at no given point will you have a house that's taller than what you guys are dictating as 35 feet, or if you're at the side lot 25 feet versus
Well, I think we were trying to get exhibits from you so that we can understand it in 3D. I think one of the one agreement that we had that felt pretty good was that you know, people should be able to build a 2-story house across the front of the lot. A reasonable 2-story house, and we went through, well, what's a reasonable 2-story house? It's a 10-foot or 12-foot plate, 2 foot of truss, 6 or 8 inches of foundation, blah 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 blah. We get to 25 feet, right? And so we said that seems like the right number. And so I think when you see it in both of these, I don't know if either of those are the perfect solution, but so I think that's why I want to see those flat lines, because I mean every single person probably buying a lot in Rollingwood is going to have this expectation that they can at least have this level floor, and certainly the people that already own properties here, I think, have that. So, so that's what I think. That's what we were trying to team out of this to some extent, and I think that was a point of strong agreement in this committee. But it's without dimensions, it's hard to figure that out, right? And so I think that's the tricky part.
Yeah.
I have one comment.
Please.
Going to Tony's point about unintended consequences. I don't think it's that hard to modify an ordinance if once it's passed and Nikki's trying to use that ordinance to guide prospective builders, and we end up having a glitch that's consistently a glitch. It is not that difficult to go to the city council and say, you know what, we need to modify this a little bit because it's not working. So I don't think this is a permanent solution that we have to be afraid of. I think it's something that is a living solution that we need to think of as something that can be dynamic if in fact we have issues that are not working.
Certainly things can always be changed. I think the people that get caught up in the first few glitches before it gets changed might argue with you that it's not that big of a deal, but no, I mean, yeah, point taken. I mean, I will say it in theory, it's easy enough to change these things, but look at this process.
Well, it would be a minor change.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a specific,
Point taken,
very specific.
But if we look at what we're doing here, what we're talking about is a process where we have lots and they have a certain geography to them, and that we're going to allow certain things to happen within that geography. And what we're doing here is we're building a box that says, well, within this geography, you're allowed to build anything that fits in the box. That's all it is. And the unintended consequences are kind of hard for me to see, because once you have that, once you give that to an architect and you say, well, this is what the constraint is, and they put that box on there and say, okay, well, I know what I got to do. I got to do something inside that. And then they come back to you and they say, how's this, boss? Does this work? That's it. I mean, you know what your constraints are. It should be simple. I don't know what the unintended consequences would be.
That to make a practical house, I have to park my car on a different level than that was one of the things we debated for a long time on mine. Probably the design that I liked the best had our garage flowing with the slope, and then our kitchen living area was a floor above effectively, and it looked the best because the garage was kind of hidden and all that. We talked to friends in the neighborhood who said, friends that just built a new house, because they said, I cannot walk up those stairs with my groceries, etc. anymore, and I for one plan to be in Rollingwood until I'm quite old, not wanting to carry groceries anywhere. So that's
At 72, I do it every day.
it's possible.
My kitchen is over the garage.
Possible doesn't mean it's everyone's preference, but it's possible. So that's what I mean. There's some limitations on what you can and can't do, and I don't know what those are, or that they aren't. I mean, we just haven't been able to kind of prove it out.
My kitchen could be on the garage level.
This
Okay.
is the
It couldn't in
elevation
mine,
of the
yeah.
house
Well,
That is the one that's so sloping on Timberline that you're saying comes to whatever, 17 feet or something. So they designed a 2-story house that faces the street on that steeply sloping lot, and
But I don't think that house needs tenting.
yeah,
think
it does. It does. It has this tiny little overhanging eve.
That's the parallel plane line, not the
Yeah.
tinting line.
The tinting, it's, yes, it does. Or maybe on the, over here on this side setback, yeah, it's up to,
It's gonna blow through it like the whole story, I think.
yeah.
That's why we got, I mean, that house was the reason we got this whole discussion
Yeah,
about this,
talked.
because we kept hearing, oh, this passes, and then
Yeah.
we met at your place, and I was like, I don't think these things work because of tinting, and that's how we got to here today.
Well, we were in the process of discussing options for tinting on slope, whether it was an average or whether we did a segmenting approach. That was the piece that we hadn't solved, was what do you do when there's a lot of slope along the side setback for tinting? But overall, it met the parallel plane, you know, the bulk of it, so, but that was just that piece. We were trying to make this work, is what our goal was. How can we say that this house is okay? So,
Yeah.
Is that one of our lots
Yeah.
that we had here?
Yeah,
No, I think
Yeah,
that
just,
got pulled from our.
Yeah, a question about variances. Do you guys have a provision for a variance?
yeah, it's not a, yeah, we
Not-
prefer
not-
to stay
not
away
with
from
regard
that.
to this issue.
Yeah, we prefer to stay away from that, Sam.
Okay.
You know, a good ordinance should require little or no variances.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that.
no,
I'd like to ask Sam a question. How often do you design houses using the segment building height?
Like the Austin
Yeah,
kind of
like
being
Austin.
segmented. Every time we work in Austin, that's under the McMansion rule. That's how they do theirs.
So they don't allow parallel plane, or it's not allowed?
That's not what they have as their.
That's not in their ordinance?
It's not in their ordinance. They don't have a parallel plane. They have the tents that you saw, the 40-foot segments that run back towards the back of the
Okay.
property, and then they set the 35-foot limit at average grade. So you take average grade, and then that's what sets your 35-foot limit, and it has something to do with where you're it's like where your building actually sits.
You
It's
know,
one of those things that even while you're designing, like as a professional, as architects, you're looking at the code, now this corner, so it gets quite complex, at least with my experience with the city of Austin and their tents.
You know, I recently drove through my old neighborhood, Terrytown.
Uh-huh.
I hardly see any construction going on over there versus what I see in Rollingwood. Is there a reason why they're not building as much as we are? Do you know?
I'm not sure about Terrytown in particular. I know, do you guys have the tree ordinance that's similar to Austin? I know
We're getting closer to it, yeah.
Yeah, that makes, the specific tree ordinances and the tenting, and depending on your lot, sometimes houses get, the buildable area becomes very tricky to put something reasonable, or maybe not even reasonable, but maybe tricky for somebody who wants to maximize their lot, because they have a tree here and a tree there and then a tent, maybe, but I couldn't speak to why maybe there's more or less construction in Terrytown versus here, but.
What about, you have experience in like Westlake and Lakeway?
I don't personally. We've done some properties there, but I think Westlake Hills has their own
They do parallel plane, no tinting.
parallel plane
Yeah. Without tenting.
without tenting. So
Yep.
like the first diagram. Oh, parallel plane without the tenting at the
Without
corners.
any,
Gotcha.
yeah, without stepping,
Yeah, so
stepping
35
forward,
feet
yeah.
at the
But
property.
they have bigger lots, big setbacks, so it's
Yeah.
Bigger than here.
1 acre minimum
Okay.
generally.
Okay, you mentioned that it's hard to determine some of the points for segmented plane. How does the Austin plan reviewers determine those average points?
I think
That's when you go into a meeting and you figure it out.
Yeah, I haven't been in one of those particular design meetings where we had them dictate, what would you recommend on this lot? But yeah, I mean, we show those lines very clearly in our permit sets, in elevation, showing, very clearly what the segments are, where we're taking them, where we're taking, average grade, high grade, low grade, and so we do our best to diagram that out, and then they may or may not have comments based on that.
I'm gonna, let me step in here. Given what you just said, Nikki, is that something that could even happen here? Would an architect be able to get together with, say, whoever is doing this plan review with K-Freeze and say, okay, you tell me where these points are allowed to be, where the average is for this segment? Would that happen? I mean, they have professionals with the city of Austin who are making these calls. It's a decision.
But yeah, plan reviewers.
It's a planning, yeah. So who would do that for us?
It would be K-Freeze. So if that is something that we would want to put into effect, it would be K-Freeze, as there are zoning and drainage engineers and reviewers. However, everything that we do with them results in a cost. So it would have to be resulted back into our review fees. So it's not, it would be a consult that we would have to do. So if we don't have something directly written into our code, then it's, that's kind of like making a plan with somebody else. And so that also comes with interpretation.
And that's what we're talking about, is the interpretation effectively.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you had one reviewer stating that these are the points we're going to make it, but then this reviewer says, no, these are the points we're going to make it, and in 2 years, that reviewer's not there, how are you going to determine exactly if those points were relevant, if they were correct, if they were wrong, if it was a give me or a take or a payoff or anything that people, assume. But yeah,
I think the
if
city
it's,
of Austin is really easy. I mean, you take the front setback,
Right.
you extend it to the property line, and you have a survey, and that's the level. That's
Right.
it. That's
And
why
I mean,
that's why we transitioned to talking about property lines, because the grade is generally more sacred.
yeah,
So I don't think getting the points in Austin is hard,
okay.
really.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some nuance.
I got a
but-
question, Nikki. Does K-Free have an architect on staff, registered architect?
I'm sure they do. We do not work with,
They're civil engineers, I understand.
right,
civil.
but that's what we contract. We contract for drainage with the civil engineers,
So
and
they-
we contact,
Are you used to contracting them for architects?
we don't.
So
But
we
they
don't
do
have a-
zoning?
They do zoning. But those,
But they do the plan reviews too, right?
correct. Well, no. So they
Oh.
do, zoning does the elevations, checking building height, so you would be dealing with a planner. And they look at those elevations, which were designed by an architect. The planning, architectural reviews for the structural, the plumbing, the electrical, any of that, that goes to ATS.
Oh.
And that's building plan code ICC review.
So who is it that actually approves a building permit? Who does it? Is it you?
I put the final stamp once everybody,
Yeah.
Once
Okay, well,
everybody
before it
has-
gets to you, somebody must say, this looks okay to me.
yes. So the process that I've got is it will go to zoning and drainage.
Okay,
And since those are both with K-Freeze, they do their reviews concurrently. One review letter, one everything, and then once zoning is checked off, then their stuff meets code. Once drainage has no more comments, theirs meets code, and you get an acceptance letter for that. Once that has taken effect and approved essentially through those two, it'll go to building. The reason we don't send them concurrently is things can change with zoning. And if you're going and you're saying that the building's too high, these things aren't working, then your architectural plans aren't gonna work. So rather than sending them all and then having to backtrack, there's a process. So there are technically 3 reviews or 3 reviewers looking at those. And then once I have those approvals, plus all the other stuff,
okay,
that's when you can issue the permit. Okay?
thank you.
Sure.
So have the building plans been fully generated typically by when it goes to K-Freeze?
Yes.
And so then it's just, they
Yes.
might have to make some changes before it gets to you?
Right. Yeah, so what gets
So
stamped?
if they were gonna do this pre-meeting, it'd be more an ad hoc thing where the architect and the owner are coming and saying, we've got some question marks around some of this.
So that would
Can we
be
pay
more
you to meet
so
with
like
us in
a
advance?
pre-development meeting. in which,
They just have to say, I'll pay for your time.
right, it would be a consulting fee, which I would assume. However, of course, usually when people come in for building permit and everything, they've already looked through the code, they've already decided all that. I usually don't hear from people until they're about ready to submit. And then they call and say, hey, I've got a permit, what do I need to submit? And they give you that information, or you tell them exactly what they're gonna need. But they're already working with somebody on drainage, with a new lot. They're already looking at plating, they're already looking at, their architectural plans. So, I mean,
What's your confidence level in K-Freeze to do the zoning plan review under a new set of rules?
it's
Given
just something that they're gonna have to study and refer to, just like any other consultant.
Is Westlake all in-house?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Is it accurate? I was trying to find the ordinance for parallel plane. It says,
You can have some.
it says building height residential means the vertical distance from the original native ground surface or finished grade, whichever is lower, to the highest point directly above. Original native ground surface means the existing grade on a lot prior to development of the residential building, as may be shown on a certified topographic survey of the property. Is that still current?
Yeah, it's still, we haven't changed it.
Okay. So, Sam, when you had foundations, I think every survey you got had a house on it, right? An old existing home? Perhaps some walls, driveways, or something?
Yeah, I think most of them did. I'm not sure there was one, I'm not sure if there's an empty lot.
I don't think there was.
No, I think, yeah, there was something on all of them.
Dukes might have been.
You're right, maybe
Yeah.
Dukes was empty.
But it was, but what you saw, you didn't necessarily see a structure, you might have seen like a box where, just the outline of a house.
Yeah, but in some
Yeah.
of them, they were more detailed, decks
Right,
and
yeah, that's right.
steps and
Yeah.
landscaping and driveways and houses and.
Right, right. Maybe, Rockway may not have had a structure on it.
It may not, yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
might be, it may not have had
Yeah,
one.
that's the one, I think.
Yeah, yeah. What do we have? Is, okay, Easy is, whoever that is,
Brett, present.
yeah.
Hey, Dave. Jeff Ezel here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Jeff.
How are you? Hey, I'm just getting on. I was watching on YouTube, and one of the things, I don't know if it's going to get captured in Sam's study, is my concern is that the parallel plane forces people trying to maximize their lot into flat roofed homes and it's kind of what Jeannie was going towards earlier, which is how does this really impact people with pitched roofs who want a traditional home? And so I'd like to see that in the study, because my concern is that all these homes are going to end up with a modern look, and which is going to feel more imposing if they go up 35 or 32 feet versus those who just want a traditional home and have to build smaller because so much of the space goes into the attic, which is not livable. That's my only thought.
Okay. I know you were here earlier, but I'm not sure that you actually got a good sense for the parallel plane and what we were proposing, in that there's actually a tenting component built into it by way of a 1 foot step back for each foot of height, which.
No, I'm very familiar with that. But
Okay,
the issue is that if you have a pitched roof,
Yeah,
then you have to be, let's say you have a 10-foot roof, then the top of your second story has to be at 25 feet. Whereas somebody who has a modern home that's flat roofed, their house could be, they may have the parapet wall, so that's 2.5 feet. So their front of their house goes all the way up to 32 feet. The top of their second stories at 29 or 30 feet.
Well, we don't limit, the front yards because we're already back 30 feet. So the front yards of a flat roofed house or a pitched roof house is, you know, they still have the same restrictions, you know, they can go up 35 feet at the front of the home.
I think this is, you're helping explain my concern,
Right,
because the pitched roof home will be, from a volume standpoint, much smaller than a flat roofed home, because so much of the buildable volume goes into the roof. And so you're going to see larger, more imposing homes that are modern flat roofed homes if the parallel plane is implemented, even with the tinting. And this is the same thing Jeannie was asking, which was her concern, which is, are people who want a pitched roof home going to be impacted by this more than those who want a modern home?
I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm not,
So,
still not.
so
following.
picture if this is your 30-foot,
Yeah,
5-foot line, you want a pitched roof house,
Yeah.
the tip of that can't go above 35 feet.
Right.
So now the volume of the home is shrunk
Right.
down. If this is it and you want a flat roof house, you get the whole volume, is what he's saying.
If you wanted to build something that took up every cubic foot of the parallel plane, what you're saying is right. But that would also be true with the segmenting approach. It's the same thing. You're still cutting it off on the edges, and you're still going up the same amount of footage. I mean, it really, between the two, Jeff, they would really kind of play out the same way.
I disagree. I don't think anybody has a problem with the tapering on the edges to preclude it from happening what happened at Jeannie's, but the middle of the house should not be limited on a pitched roof where the flat roofed homeowner doesn't get impacted because of the way the parallel plane works.
Well-
Again, it's
But-
think
but-
about that in that example of 4915. If you had, what is the highest point if you had a pitched roof home in the middle of the house you could build of a flat roof home versus a pitched roof home?
It's going to be 35 feet.
I don't think you're following, because if you have a pitched roof home and you have to layer it under that tent or the parallel plane, then you might only be able to build a 20-foot home there because it's tapering and you have so much of your buildable space just going to the attic and the pitch. This is why I think it's important to put this in the deliverable, because I think it is a pretty impactful thing for those who want traditional homes on a sloped lot.
Given what we're doing today, the comparison between a segmenting approach that is used in Austin and a parallel plane, what you're describing pretty much comes out the same way in using either of those two models. Now, if you want to introduce a different model into it, then maybe you're right. But given what we're looking at today, these two models, these two approaches to measuring, they really come out about the same, Jeff.
Dave, I don't think you're following the concept because you don't visually see it, but you just got finished telling everybody if there's something they want to see by March 26th
Yeah.
to have an open conversation,
Right.
then let's get it in there. I'm saying I think the public needs to see how this impacts a pitched roof home. And now you're telling me, no, we don't want to see how that looks.
Well, no, I think we already talked about that, and you're gonna do that, right, Sam? You're gonna draw a little house in there, right?
We
Well,
could
we're
put
gonna-
we could put a little house in
Well,
there.
we're
and
looking
it-
at taking Tony's house and putting it into these models,
I mean,
Jeff.
mine is flat roof though, so, but Sam said he could throw
I
some
think-
pitch on there, but that's, if
Right.
you picture that, if,
Right.
if mine fits with a flat roof and
Okay.
it's just barely within the 35
Right.
feet, let's
Yeah.
just say. And then you say, okay, let's pitch the roof. Well, then you gotta shrink the house to get the pitched roof in there. That's what Jeff's point is.
Especially if you want a
What
steep
he's
roof,
saying is
then,
say both people want to put a 3-story house.
Those houses at sea range.
One wants a pitched roof, one wants a flat roof.
They're just-
The modern flat roof is going to be fine because it's going to go up to 35 feet, fine. The traditional 3-story house with a pitched roof is going to be
That's more
penalized
modern, yeah.
because they're not going to be able to go 3 floors and then
It's not traditional.
penetrate that that top plane. But what Dave is saying is that regardless of whichever one of those 3 or 2 options you go with, that's going to be the same case. I think what Jeff would be talking about is potentially like introducing like a non-habitable roof exemption, which is something similar to there's some exemptions in Austin, you know, where your parapet can penetrate that tent, but not a habitable. So that would allow both a modern flat roof 3-story house and a traditional house with a pitched roof, both to be 3 floors, 35 feet, but the traditional one would now have an exemption for a non-habitable attic space structure to penetrate that plane. That's kind of what I'm hearing, is what
Yes,
Jeff
that's
wants to-
that's correct. Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying that.
that's interesting.
So essentially what we can do now, or with the restrictions of the proposed ordinance, almost any 2-story house would be fine with any kind of a pitched roof. It's the 3-story houses that become more problematic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, I think there's a question of the
Depends on-
2-story pitched roof house with slope, I think is the
Yeah.
question.
Well,
absolutely.
okay, but it's still
On
the
a flat
3.
lot, yeah,
Yeah, on a flat lot, yeah.
for sure.
Well, and that's important.
Well,
Yeah.
it's also important, if you have an attic or not. I have a pitched roof, but I don't have an attic. And so, and you have pitched roofs where the central part of the house, the pitch on it is a separate pitch, and you have lower side segments, or you could have
Oh, yeah.
multiple segments. So it's really a design issue and a style issue, not a volume issue.
Well,
Well,
it is a volume issue
If you don't,
Well, if it's
you want-
uninhabitable.
if you want a single pitch, meaning only one pitch to the house, and you want it all to be attic, that's, but that's a choice.
Well, what Sam was saying is, well, and a question for you would be, is uninhabitable, does it matter if it's attic versus open air and you've got like this right here? I mean, obviously we could cut this off. Is that inhabitable? I mean, is that habitable?
Yes, technically, you're
Okay.
you're inhabiting this space. It's like in Austin, it's the plate height, so that usually dictates your ceiling. So your plate height would be able to go up to that level, but anything above that, you'd technically be in you'd be in the plenum. And I can't remember right now the provisions for a habitable attic up there.
Well, I just mean like an open room.
Yeah,
like
you
this.
can't do this because then you could you could put a loft in here. You could, I think, yeah, it's.
But you have that same choice under today's ordinance. It's the same
Yeah.
the homeowner or the builder makes the same choice. Because there is.
Yeah, there's just more flexibility if you want to do agreed, because you can still get more volume with a modern flat roof right now, which is a problem. And but you have more height to deal with a pitched roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
The point I'm trying to make is you're always gonna have that trade-off.
Yeah.
It's not-
Unless you have what Sam's talking about, which is
If you have
interesting.
a maximum height, you're gonna have that trade-off.
yeah.
Unless you have an exception like
Yeah.
Sam was talking about.
or you have a lower height for a flat roof house,
Yeah.
which is not that abnormal. I mean, there's
Yeah.
lots of cities that have that.
Yeah, we could go. We could do that, Jeff. We could actually lower.
That was in Mike's proposal.
Yeah, we could actually limit the height of a flat roof house, if that were the concern, which would make a pitched roof house maybe more attractive to some folks because they get to go a little bit higher and maybe get a little more volume out of it.
But the other, sorry.
Go ahead. Go.
I don't see very many houses in Rollingwood with pitched roofs that have just a single pitch.
Yeah.
That segmented, they're built in a segmented fashion, there's not a single, there's not very many houses that have a
No,
single
there's not.
pitch.
Well, let's be real. I mean, 95% of the houses everyone likes. We're talking about the 5%. So, I mean, go out onto your.
It's not the pitch that makes the issue with us.
No.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah.
it's always what's the side look like? Oh my gosh, it's so big, it looms over the side of my house.
Well-
Like that's the same thing over
Okay.
and over.
Anyway, we're getting back, the argument, or what the discussion is really about, is trying to decide what the method is that we're gonna do for measuring these building heights. You know, an interesting thing to know might be if you took the segmenting approach and you took the parallel plane approach, and just how many cubic feet difference are there between the two. That might be interesting, but I can promise you it's not that much. The differences are very small. What I think we're trying to do establish with the parallel plane is that there's less opportunity to game the system, because there's no subjectivity to it. It's just taking the base surface and then
Yeah,
moving it upward.
I think
Yeah,
that's what my questions were getting at to Sam earlier. Like I think I have a completely different opinion about the subjective nature of extruding original native topography when there are no original native topography lots in the entire neighborhood left. So I'm like, someone's gonna have to make. I mean, there's always a judgment call. There's
but
all
we're
these
doing the
lots have
same
been
thing
graded.
but we have to do the same thing with segmenting,
No,
Mike.
you don't. No, you don't. This is why we got there. You take grade at the property line, which is almost.
Well, we did
never-
it both
which is-
ways. We did it at the property line, and we did it,
That was your
we
choice.
for our 4 models here, Sam had taken it at the property line, and he took it at the setback lines. And the differences between them were,
I think we're muddying the different concepts again.
okay,
You have a tinting and you have parallel plane.
right.
Okay, the tinting approach that I think Sam takes from the property line is going to give you a very similar result. It gives you a perfectly similar result at the high point. You got the same point in space.
Right.
So I'm fine with that. I think you need to start at the property line, because every other bit of grade has probably been manipulated, and it's also, I think it's a fair starting point because both neighboring properties start at the same point. And so that's why we got to that. That's one issue. Taking parallel plane and saying at every infinite point, everywhere on a lot, you have to be under 35 feet is a whole lot more difficult and subjective than taking what you know to be 4 fixed points. And I'm not saying we know where we're taking 35 feet from. I keep saying I want to see drawings, and I think we need to talk about it. But those are very easy, non-subjective. It's a surveyor. We don't have to ask an architect to go, oh, look, they dug in here with the driveway on this house that they demoed. Yeah, I mean, that grades down. There's 2 retaining walls going down this driveway. Here's the house. They leveled the backyard. Okay, what's the native ground surface? Oh, who knows? It's impossible to know. And you could send somebody down a path designing a house. They go draw it, and then neighbor X comes over and says, you know what? I think that's too tall. The existing house was built up 4 feet, and that's the topo you used. You need to go look at this other, what was the native topo? And then Nikki's got 2 neighbors in her office talking about what's the native topography. I think that's absolutely going to happen. If you go that approach, unless you want to redefine where you're taking the plane from, I can almost guarantee that the first time someone tries to push the limit, you're going to have people in Nikki's office or Kay Freeze's office going, well, what did our architect, how did they figure out native grade? Oh, well, they extrapolated this line this way. Oh, I don't agree with that. So I think it's incredibly subjective when you have basically 0 lots that are native in this neighborhood, and we choose to use that language in the ordinance.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of any new build that is happening that happens outside of what used to be there. Is there any lot that someone knocks down and does not use every aspect of that knockdown piece in their new build? Does it ever sit outside?
Basically never. But I don't
You-
think the point
then
you're trying to
you
make
made my
is.
point.
No, I don't think.
Because
I think
really
you
what we're
made my
talking
point.
about, we are really talking about what's being done at the edges, aren't we?
But
We're
you're
always
trying
talking
to-
about what's being
but
done
you're
at the
trying
edges.
to measure an infinite number of points in the middle of the house. You make my argument really great. Yes, you're on the outside of it where grade is probably closer to native. Yeah.
And that becomes and that is what we've just done here. We're on the periphery of the property that is still native, and we're starting there as our starting point. That is
For-
where we
for-
are.
I think we're muddying issues again.
Yeah.
For the tent, yes. Not for everything else. Every other part of it has nothing to do with the side. It has everything to do with what's in the middle of the lot. So, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I forget who said it, but the main concern was properties looming over the neighboring property at the edge of the site.
Yep.
So whether you cut a flat surface on top or whether you have infinite, topo surfaces that have been, maybe or definitely modified from original native grade based on the existing house, you're still capped at 35 feet and you're in the center of your property. But at the periphery.
Yeah, I think we're introducing a lot of uncertainty as to what if you go parallel plane approach, you introduce a lot of uncertainty about what's happening in the middle of the property because you're gonna have to guess.
Yeah.
Like you just have to make some judgment calls, period. And yet, that no one's complained about that. So so why would we go and create something really complicated for the middle of all these sites when that's just not the complaint? It's just not. And then someone's got to. How do you even check that? Like, what if somebody builds the roof slightly differently, right? Which I've seen every property I look at in the neighborhood, no one follows the permit just about, or something happens, right? Or K-Freeze misses something, or whatever it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you introduce this complexity in the part of it that we don't hear complaints about.
They said native or finished grade, whichever.
Original native
Original
grade
native grade
or
or
finished,
grade.
whichever is lower.
That's right.
So finish would be the house that you just demolished.
That's right.
That would dictate the finished
Right.
grade, no?
And that's
No, I think that I didn't write the ordinance.
If-
I think that means finished grade when the new house is finished, if I'm not mistaken. But
it means the finished grade, whichever is lower, meaning that if someone dug down on the outside of the periphery of the house, that becomes part of the 35-foot measurement. That's what it means. So if you decided you wanted a landscape, for whatever reason, you wanted a landscape below what is there right now, native, now you've just established a new datum point,
Exactly.
okay?
so then excavating is actually punitive.
It's not if you're inside the periphery of the house. On the outside of the house it is.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. It doesn't make any.
I need to make a statement here.
Okay.
And every day today, when establishing building height, the current ordinance uses the term elevation of the highest adjoining original native ground surface. So that's being determined today.
At 2 points. Two finite points.
You've got to do the survey to find the 2 points. Right? We're using that term today. It's workable. It's workable. And
Not without some prior controversy.
those who want to argue the code come in and argue the code. But that is what has been in place for a long time now. It's not new. It's been in place for a long time.
People have been talking ever since I've been on planning and zoning about people that quote game the system with those measurements. I
They
don't know.
game the system with the rest of the definition, not with the term original native ground surface. So I'm just saying, if we wanna go argue that we can't do it, I'll say we're doing it today. Maybe it's not perfect. I just wanna make the point, we're using that term in every permit that's issued today.
I
Thank
think
you for that
the-
clarification.
That's the
Thank you.
difference between taking 2 points, which we have today, a high and a low, right? Versus an infinite number of points.
Well, here's what I would respond. I would say it's the difference in taking 2 points off a survey today, but you have to look at the whole survey to find the high and the low point. So you're really not, it's not, you're having to take the entire survey and analyze it. Same thing under parallel plane. You've got the contour marks because you've got the survey. People do parallel plane.
I'd like to add, currently, I believe, my understanding, the contours are done in 2-foot intervals.
One,
I thought it was 2, or
I
they get,
think all SAMs are
One.
1
It's 1
foot
foot,
intervals.
okay. 1 foot, so, when you look on the drawing, you could, when you say 10-foot max foundation, for example, you could actually have, 10 foot, 11 inches.
No, and Brooke, I mean, I agree with you. It's a problem. Like, I think it's been a little bit of a problem, like Tony said, which is why we went to the property line, because it's your best chance for getting original grade.
I would respond this way. The property line, the grade at the property line is determined by the street. Because that's where the curb, it's close to the curb. The streets have been built up. My house, the property line in my backyard is 12 feet, the property line, the elevation at the curb is 12 feet above the original grade, because there was a ditch, which is still a current drainage ditch, that ran across the road. The road's been built up above that drainage ditch, and there's a 12-foot change. So, and I was thinking, between my neighbor and I, right at the property line, the elevation's the same, but 10 feet in, there's probably a 10-foot change in elevation. So I don't think the premise is necessarily correct. If I looked at the elevation at the curve around 2 sides of my property, it is not the original grade, because they built the street.
Yeah, I mean,
And so if you're looking at flat lots, maybe so. If you start to look around the neighborhood, the variation in the topography of the lots is significant. We don't have, I think if you and I walked around the street and tested the premise that the grade at the property line is representative of the lot, I think you would, within about 4 blocks, agree that's not correct.
so
So I think we've talked about this several different times. At some point, we said, well, we're gonna have to rely on the survey for that, to show the original native ground surface. And that seems to be the best choice. I really don't know what alternative you would use. But let's go do it. Let's go.
yeah, I think
I'll
your
meet you
example,
tomorrow,
like,
let's
I
go
would never
walk it.
argue that a front property line is not, where the grade is original native. That was not the argument, but I would absolutely tell you that at the front building setback, if you translate that to side property lines, I would bet that 95% of the lots in the neighborhood, unless someone built a wall to flatten it, is native. I think that's gonna be about every single lot. I mean, someone built a fence a lot, I mean, someone built a fence, the original house is
Well,
built
this
here, they
is-
didn't do a lot of
What I
grading.
wrote down you said was to start at the property line. That would be
This-
the,
Yes, so look at my exhibits, you start at the side property line
well,
where the front setback
Okay.
intersects.
but that, your rationale for that, the property line, you didn't say 30 feet back from the property line.
That's
You
what
didn't say
the-
the front setback.
But that's the way the exhibits are
I
drawn.
know you got a
I mean,
new
that's,
child.
that
Well,
was,
I'm a very literal person.
I'm a diagrammatica person.
Well, if you've got to put it in
Yeah,
code,
it's gonna get much
those 2 points
I
are
can't
very
tell.
different points. And so the concept that I think
Thank you. Okay.
I'm not able to agree because of looking at these various properties that the original native
Yeah.
ground surface at the property line is representative of the lot.
I think the distinction here in both of y'all talking,
And
I think I understand what both of y'all are
representative
saying. I
of that.
think the distinction is side property line. Generally, you're talking about shared with neighbor side property line as opposed to
I
corner.
think that's gonna be incorrect as well. I don't think y'all have gotten around and looked and, well, that's a challenge, I say. I think if we went as a group and looked at 3 or 4, streets, 3 or 4 blocks of properties, you would find that that is not.
On a
is-
neighbor to neighbor property line?
Yeah.
I think if you walk
And-
that
and-
and you look at,
And
not,
side to side
notwithstanding,
on the side streets, every street that has 4 corners,
Well, on a street side, I would agree with you.
well,
For sure.
that's a lot of properties.
Well, but again, the way his proposal is written, and look, I don't know which one I think is better or worse or whatever, but it is written that you start 30 feet back from the street on the front.
from
Start
the
with-
front property line.
You start this segmenting approach.
I've understood that, but as I understood Mike's angle of that tinting, he would start at the property line because he's recommending that is the best.
The side property
The
line.
side property line where it intersects the front building line.
And that would be used for what?
That's where you,
Then
that's
if
where
you
you
Creating a
start.
flat
Look at,
plane.
what,
Yeah.
if you're insisting on the property line, we could do the same thing. Whenever we're talking about the property line, we're not starting at 25 feet on the sidewall,
starting
we're
at
talking,
15.
we're starting at 15,
Right.
right? We're starting at 15. If we extended the parallel plane concept to the property line, it would be the same thing.
They're
We
the
could
same
start
on
it,
the
we could
side.
start at 15.
That's what I said. I said if you start at the property line, you end up with the exact same point in space for
Right.
both methodologies from the high point.
Okay? Does that mean that
Segmenting
we're,
similar
are
heights
we
to-
in agreement then? That maybe the way that we're handling this is incorrect, maybe we
No, I
should be
just think
doing it from the property line?
We're mixing concepts. Like the tinting in my mind, the tinting for parallel plane and the tinting for this, call it segmenting approach, they work almost identically. They are the exact same height at the high points. They're the same. It only varies when you have some slope along the side and you stay flat on the segmenting and you follow it when you're doing parallel plane. Otherwise, those two things, they work exactly the same. So, and I think you can get, if you end up with parallel plane and you want to have this, warping tint thing, you can get good data points for that. I mean, I'm not gonna, but for the same argument I just made, you're going along the side property line and you probably have pretty good data points. There wasn't a house there. It's the new houses notwithstanding, because everyone grades them flat, but those aren't getting demolished and torn down. It's the 1-story houses that just have a typical yard and a fence, and that's the grade. So you get the same result with both methods. The complaint on parallel plane is just that you have otherwise an infinite number of places to measure the house
For height.
and for height.
So
in
I
the
think what
middle.
we keep
But
mixing
but
is
that's not
tinting
the
versus
thing.
height.
It doesn't matter about the infinite number of points. What you're trying to do is to ensure that you haven't gone over the maximum building height. And
But
what
that's
we have, what we have
defined
right
by
now,
But
what
how
we
do you
have right now, what we have right now is if you are within 5 feet, if your plan says that you're gonna go within 5 feet of the maximum building height, that at framing, you have to have a survey done to establish that, in fact, you did not go over the building height. Do I have that right, right? Okay, we
That's our
did not
that's our
surpass the
current
maximum, okay? And what we would do the same
is that
thing
cor-
with the
that's current
parallel
code?
plane, it wouldn't make any difference. You're standing out in the street with a transit and you're seeing versus what the topography used to be, did you go over the maximum building height at any point? You can see it with the transit. You can just scan it.
What you just described is absolutely true and accurate for current code and a segmenting approach. It is 100% not applicable to parallel plane. You're not going to go out with a transit and find a data point and go measure all the different places on a house because you've got to compare it against all the different places directly beneath it that you can't even get to anymore.
So would you be comfortable with the parallel plane if you had a limited number of points?
It's kind of what the segmenting is.
Oh, that was kind of why we got to segmenting.
Right, right,
It's
but-
pretty.
but-
It's
but I
not
mean,
that. It's
I
not
know.
that different when you overlay them.
What, correct, but I'm just saying, what would make you feel comfortable with the parallel plane, to limit the number of datum points?
I think I'm looking for simplicity,
Okay,
right? Mostly,
So
like
would
something that's easy.
But it
For-
is easy. Here's the thing, you know, whenever you build it, you know, in the planning stage, if you've got the parallel plane set up and you absolutely know what this box is going to be, the designer of that house knows what his constraints are going to be. The building plan gets approved, okay? That's demonstrated to whoever is reviewing the plan. Okay, here's what the parallel plane looks like. This is what our structure that we're planning to build looks like whenever we go inside that. Now, next step, checks to make sure that the actual building that is being built complies with the plan. That's it. We've established within the planning stage whether or not you're going to break the parallel plane. That's it. If there's any issue with it, it's resolved right there.
I think you skipped the very important step of determining native grade.
And what I'm saying is that for the structures that I see, the old structure is within there, and it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't really matter. Because
But
we're
it
stepping
does,
out.
but it does matter. I mean, you have to comply at every point. I mean, it matters. Does it? I mean, if you have parallel plane and you draw a house in it, it pokes through any little spot of that, then you don't comply, right?
Then you know that you did it wrong and you need a drop. That's all there is to it. I'm planning a house. Oops, it went through the plane. Got to drop. Got to do something else.
But you just said the middle doesn't matter, and my point was that it does.
No.
You said it only matters what's on the outside because you're making it bigger, but it does matter. If there was a hole, if someone can pull up a picture, it's like, oh, you know what? Before that house was built, they built it over a 12-foot hole. Here's a picture. Well, guess what? Now your parallel plane looks like a 12-foot hole. I mean, I think that's highly unlikely, and that's
I think
It's a
I
gross
think you've got it
hypothetical, but-
misconstrued. It's first we're trying to eliminate the looming factor, which is the elevation of the building. So you focus on looking at the building elevation during plan review, and you have grade. So it's pretty simple, and that's what we do now. We look at either the natural grade or the finished grade, and go up from there to the highest point of the building. And you're allowed to cut 5 feet in the CRCRC to get an extra 30 feet, 5 plus 25. I've forgotten, it's been so long. So you got a hole, fill it in, you're not gonna get denied. It's the looming factor building elevation height.
on the sides, I think.
Elevation.
Well, it's not just the sides, it's also the back.
but I think no one's proposed a solution for the back, right? I think we've been over that.
I don't,
So I think we've kind of.
look, you know, I ticked off a couple of things that we thought that we needed to do to move to the next step. I frankly don't know what to do with this now. I
think we've got a good plan on that front. I think this is just discussion, separate,
Yeah,
aside from
yeah.
that. I think the plan was, I get my house, no, I don't know if I can remember.
Yeah, we put it.
Well,
I remember that, I remember my job.
We put a person in there.
We're gonna get
Put a
his
person
house,
in there.
Get the human, yeah.
draw the.
Oh, we're
And we
gonna do the
also-
existing.
We also
the
get a
existing.
representation of the current mode.
Yeah.
And a
Okay,
few-
So we can layer it.
All
a
right.
few dimensions of.
okay.
And then some, dimensions. and that sort of thing.
And I don't know, dimensions, say more, what's that mean? Dimensions,
That's
I
just
think-
on
I
the
think
edges
you-
of it, or what?
Yeah, for that one example you described, I
Yeah.
can give you those dimensions,
I think
but
that'd be great.
once you start applying.
If you
that
could do it
kind
down
of-
the side too, like kind of think of
Even-
like obviously people want a flat floor, right?
Yeah,
They want
a
to walk
flat
around on a
floor
flat
that
surface.
expands.
So if you take the high point
Yeah.
of a segment and you kind of take it like that's the flat floor, which is probably pretty logical, then dimensions around the segment based on that. Like at the four corners or something would be fine. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. It's just in a sense, it feels like that's almost as arbitrary as like the basement, because it means that somebody wants to put a flat floor at the highest point of the property and expand the full property. So that's where, but we can get that line, but that's my face is just
Yeah.
running through that. It feels arbitrary.
No,
but I'm
I
not
know.
trying to.
I know from a world-class architect, it feels arbitrary, but I can just tell you from the people that I talk to in the neighborhood, and if you look at all the new construction in the neighborhood, virtually every house that fronts a street, the full width of the house is one level foundation that generally starts at the high point, and then it gets a little bit out of grade as the slope. I mean, that's 90+% of the houses that people build. So I think that's people's concern, is that they're gonna, like walk in here and you got a little level, small level on this side, and then you got to go down over to this side or whatever. I think that's what people are,
Well,
concerned about, because we have these probably too
you're looking
liberal
at a
ordinance
different
right
rowing
now.
wood than I am, but okay.
What's that?
You're looking at a different rowing wood than I am, because virtually everything I'm seeing right now is everything's excavating in. It's either on a flat lot or they're excavating in. That's what the
I think
what the
everyone
latest digging
does
is.
some grading for sure.
Well, no,
but-
I mean significant grading, not some. I mean really digging in. That's what's going on right now.
Are you
It's
seeing just a
latest.
ton of
Yeah.
fill or
Yeah.
or like crawl space? If you pick the highest point and you draw a flat house at one point on a lot, you're gonna just be way out of grade. So you have to build a giant
Some-
retention wall,
some-
or versus like a
Depends
logical
depends on which slope.
a
but
logical
yeah.
person might maybe pick the center grade and go flat. So you dig a little, you fill a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could pull some examples, but I think that you'll find that most all new construction that I know of, like the frontage of the lot is generally, it's flat, right? There's a flat level. And very few people are excavating in, which right now our code is very liberal, right? They don't have to. So that's that is part of the problem that we need to address, but it's like how much, right? And what's the
No,
right
actually,
balance?
I think what's going to happen, it says, I don't know what the house looks like after it's been built. Right now, I think they're excavating in, and they're going to have 10 feet of extra. They're going to have a 45-foot wall.
I have a question,
Yes, please.
and again, for your concern, Mike, you're saying the front of the house is flat. How deep does that flat surface go across the lot?
We had this conversation at the last meeting.
Well, and
Which
I
is-
think that is the question that Samuel raised, and I don't think that the houses
That's where we landed at 40 feet, to answer your question. We're
If
like,
you
that's a
want-
plenty big first floor plate. You know, maybe you don't deserve to have more than 4,000 square feet that's flat, right? At that point, you got to start stepping or something. So that's where we landed at. Most of the lots are 85 feet wide, buildable, and then 40-foot segment to get you to.
I
About-
don't think that's correct assessment either.
What do you mean?
I think there's a lot more variation in the lots than I hear from you. I see a lot more variation in the concepts that you say. Everybody wants the first floor to be flat across the lot, the full length of the lot, because that's,
Do you have one house that's new that doesn't have that as an example? Like, what's one example?
I'll go drive it and show you, but yes. If you take the example of the Rolling Wood HEB, that is not living space across the front of the lot. There's a garage on one side, and that's part of the building is like 5 feet higher than the other side, where there's another garage that's 5 feet different from the garage on the
I don't know the HEB where you're
The big one.
the
Yeah,
Park
yeah.
Hills.
Park
Yeah.
Hills. And there's, there's a number, anyway. We're debating things that we've been debating for a year.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, my view would be, anyone that wants to put forth an alternative proposal, put it forth, so that it can be considered.
You did.
That's what we've done. I mean, that's why I
No,
think these diagrams are helpful, and I think they've been those are great, especially seeing them overlaid against each other. I think when we see them against the current
I
ordinance,
think that's very helpful. We've had 2 proposals, they're shown in the diagrams. If there's something else that's gonna be on the table,
Well, I think we
Well,
have, we have a few things that we wanna do, and we have that. What I get concerned is, just like Brooke said, we've been kicking this around now for, I think I've been in this business for 2 years now, all
the
right?
CRC
And
handed this
so-
off to P and Z a year ago.
That's right. And what, I don't have confidence
it's been a while.
that no matter what I do or what we add is going to change anybody's mind. I just don't feel like what we're coming up with by adding a new dimension to it or doing a little more work in this way or tucking this in, that it's going to change any minds. And if someone would say, well, yeah, I'll be open-minded enough to say, yeah, I think we can do it that way. I'm willing to keep on going, but, I'm getting kind of tired. We put a lot of work into this, and, I just don't know that this group will actually vote anything different from what is on the books today.
And Samuel, you did say, is it Samuel or Sam?
Yeah, Sam, either way.
That the parallel plane, it's pretty easy for an architect to design around, to utilize. For
Yeah, and when we were kind of working through it in the office, it's like we were both like, yeah, that Tim, a partner at my office, and I, it's like that simple, easy, and it just feels more intuitive and easy across the board from a reviewing standpoint, from a architect standpoint. But it seems like there's other forces at play and I get your point about the infinite, points of a topo once you're like already built your slab. But I don't know. Yeah, overall, it seemed like the other one is a lot simpler. Just from our
Well, I guess
couple
to your
days of
point,
working
Dave,
with it.
I mean, you seem very stuck on parallel plane. I mean, yeah, if there's no budge there, then I don't think we're gonna get
Well,
anywhere, and we can just stop, right?
Yeah, I wonder.
So
because
I mean, like, why did we go through the exercise
only-
if there was?
That's
I
right.
thought the exercise was in search of the best solution,
No, the
right? And I never
exercise-
said mine was the
okay.
best. I never
No.
said so.
The exercise I thought was, so many people have trouble visualizing what the parallel plane means. And that this, what Sam has done, I think helps illustrate it. You can kind of see, okay, here it is. This is what this looks like. And this is how it can be calculated. It's not hard to do. But the concept of taking a surface and raising it 35 feet and saying everything that you can do is right inside that. Like, I just don't get that. I don't get it. Well, all right. So I think that at
I've
least
understood
we-
what it means. I think now I'm in search of what does it mean you can build within it. That's what I'm searching
But,
for.
and,
Can or can't.
all right, now, prior to your bringing up this idea about segmenting, it's never been discussed by CRCRC or anybody else. And I'll be doggone if I know any other place in the world besides the city of Austin that even does it. But I do know that there are a lot of places in the world that do the parallel plane. I know it's a proven approach to doing this kind of work. So the segmenting, to me, when you look at the McMansion ordinance, that's exactly what we're trying not to do. 10 pages of stuff with all kinds of exceptions and things like that is not it. That's not the answer. What I thought that we were trying to get to was a replacement for our current approach to doing building height that is simple to do, easy to understand, just knock it out. I don't want to stray from that.
Yeah, I think I asked for one municipality that does parallel plane and tinting, and I don't think anyone found one with all their looking, and I think Ryan Clinton looked at hundreds of cities. So I think we're trying to do something that is more unique than maybe you just said.
That's fair.
I recall,
And
I
that's
recall a
fair.
lot of segmenting cities with slope. San Francisco.
Yeah, I don't think
Seattle had an
Austin
element
didn't
of it.
invent that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, but
Well,
you know.
well, guys, I've been here now 1 year, and I sort of started as a blank sheet. Didn't know anybody, didn't even know much about going on, and I've just been sitting here listening to you for like 1 year, and I've been through all the scenarios of partial average slope, revised partial slope. Hi Jeff, you made some changes. I've watched you, and I didn't see a real viable solution to parallel plane. I'm open. I have, I like to look at things from all sides, and I'm still waiting for a viable solution. You haven't produced one. We had a special meeting scheduled for December to have you, Michael, present something, an alternative. But 4 people didn't show up, and we didn't have a quorum, and we didn't have a meeting. So I'm tired of waiting. I was really ready to move on and vote in November. I'm still waiting. Okay, so I think it's time to put up or shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't feel that that comment is helpful to even, like, I don't think, I mean, we saw these drawings in 3D for 5 minutes, and if you're saying that you're convinced that there's no validity to anything but parallel plane, I don't even think it's hardly digestible that quickly without having a little more information to be able to look at it and think about it.
I didn't see much difference, did you?
What's that?
I didn't see much difference in height. What was it like, you think, the total height difference? 4, 5 feet between the,
It varies depending on each site,
but
I'm sure you could.
you
It
could get a
varies a
building
bunch.
under it. Now, the hard part is getting the building in there and find out how to make sure it actually work. But I'm not an architect. That's their job, and I'm not here trying to be an architect. I just want to get the looming factor, a viable solution to prevent it from happening. And I think the city council's ready to hear it.
Yeah, Gene?
The public hearing at the end of the month, what is on the agenda for that?
So actually, I will come back to that in just one moment. Chair,
Please.
this item that we are on
Yeah.
currently is item 4, and it's discussion of the next steps for the joint public hearing.
Right,
I believe that we have discussed that.
okay,
We have made points and a few items that we have discussed together
right,
to give to Sam in order to take forward to that public hearing at the end of the month. With that, it is your meeting, so we can either move forward or you can entertain more discussion. To answer your question, Jeannie, currently, right now, it is not set. not set in theory right now. It is pretty much the same thing that we just had, presentation with Sam. It'll be a public hearing, so therefore we'll either have a quorum, well, we should have a quorum for both the city council and the planning and zoning. If for any reason we do not have a quorum of either body, that other body cannot participate in a body forum. So if not all council members were there, council could hear the presentation, council could discuss as council or as residents. If it was flipped the other way, we didn't get a quorum for P&Z, we did for council. The council could discuss, the council could go back and forth with each other, they could entertain comments from, public speakers. There would be the public hearing, which would give us, through state law, the hearing method of being able to hear, which is that legal right to do. However, if we were to move on to another meeting, extending that, we could still have discussion, we could still have public comment, those kinds of things, but just for legal, it would be the public hearing that we're doing. Again, back to, we're gonna do the public hearing, it will be the presentation, and it will be discussion and possible action on the ordinance. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that latter part. The ordinance has to, so that we accomplish the public hearing that's necessary, it would, the public meeting would also be on the proposed ordinance.
Okay.
So,
Which is
so,
from your last, it's in your P and Z's packet from last month.
so we're scheduling a public hearing for action on the existing
No
CRs?
action.
The city council has set a public hearing, a date for a public hearing on the
26th.
26th of March with respect to amending chapter 107 of Rolling Woods Code of Ordinances and to hear Samuel's presentation. What the city council said when they set that date was that it would be set for the public hearing to get public comments, to hear Samuel's presentation, but that it would not be set for taking action on the ordinance itself. So it is a public hearing. What we're trying to do is to get everybody together so that the city council can hear P and Z's input. They can hear your questions for Samuel, Samuel's answers to your questions. You can hear the city council's questions and Samuel's answers to the city council. The public can hear all of our questions and have all of their questions answered by any one of us. So that's what that public hearing is. It's designed to get comment and to post the draft ordinance, which has been out there now for 6 months or more, for public hearing. That's what the 26th is. It is not for action on adoption of the ordinance. It is for a public hearing on the ordinance and Sam's presentation.
Have we not had that ordinance in a public hearing yet?
This was in your packet last month. It was in the packet a month before. It's
went-
been in the.
I know it's been in our packet. I'm asking if it's been in a public hearing.
That's why we're having the public hearing.
That's why
So
I'm
you-
asking
is-
you.
So can you have the
That's why I'm
hearing?
asking
I guess it's just like you can have the hearing and then you can change the ordinance however you want, and then you don't have to have a public hearing again. Is that right?
You don't have to have you don't have to give mailed, to have a public hearing. You have to give, the city has to give mailed notice to every resident in the city and in the newspaper, a set number of days before that public hearing can happen. Same thing for P and Z. That's why we're trying to do it together. It's because there's cost associated with the notice, there's cost associated with Sam, there's cost associated with the newspaper, plus the city council unanimously said we want to have a joint public hearing because we want to hear P and Z, what P and Z has to say about this, which we can't do unless y'all are noticed to have a quorum at the same meeting where the city council is. So that was taken up at the February city council meeting and set for 6 weeks later, so that everybody would have time to get the calendars together and be there on a Wednesday night for an hour after spring break.
So, just so I understand, so you can have that meeting, and then if the ordinance gets, I'm not saying it will get completely changed, but if that happened, you don't have to go with the mailed public hearing because you already did so for that specific ordinance? Is
If
that-
the ordinance gets like completely changed and doesn't meet the noticing requirements, you would have to renotice for a public hearing. But hopefully it doesn't get
So
completely
define
changed.
completely changed.
Well, I mean, I think it would depend on basically how you noticed. If you change it, we would have to look at it. I mean, it really depends on how you notice for it and then what is spoken at the joint hearing and where you have the public hearing. But
Okay, so you've been here for the discussion. Right now, the ordinance says we're doing parallel plane, original native surf, blah, 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 whatever.
The language of the notice is actually, the language of the notice is an ordinance amending chapter 107 of the City of Rolling Woods Code of Ordinance related to residential building height and height measurement.
Yeah, I think that captures the picture, but the ordinance obviously is specific. So, again, what is substantial change to the ordinance that would require renoticing, or is that noticing so broad and vague that we're fine?
You know,
it's not, I wouldn't say it's vague and super broad because you're still looking at height and regulating height requirements. But so I think the notice is sufficient. I think if you all of a sudden decide to add something in like setback requirements, then you'd have to renotice and things like that.
You know, I'm kind of confused now that this discussion has happened. This ordinance has not changed significantly since September. And we had a public hearing in September.
That was my question just
A
now.
joint public hearing, we did it.
That was not a public hearing.
The
That
joint
was a
meeting?
public
That was a workship.
That was a public
Yeah,
meeting and
okay.
a workshop, but
Thank you.
the statutory notice had not been.
Thank you.
And it wasn't planned for the statutory notice.
So just to be clear, as I understand it from talking with Dave earlier, and I'm partially to blame, that it doesn't sound like we have a quorum of our commission for that
Actually-
meeting, but it sounds like we're going forward with the
Can I,
public hearing.
Chair, can you, since we are going on to this discussion, can you open up item 7 as this is
I
discussion
will,
on the public hearing?
okay, we're gonna
Just-
open up item 7 so that we can talk about the, planning and
Perfect,
zoning
'cause that's
members
exactly
attending
what
or
it all
not
is.
attending a public hearing, and if not, when we can have a planning and zoning public hearing. So, without putting this other item away yet. So the question is, yes, well, Tony, why don't you proceed? You got stopped in the middle, what you were saying.
No problem. Yeah, my question was, as I understand it, because I've been trying to figure out how to be there, we don't have a quorum, but I guess what I'm hearing tonight is there still is a public hearing being had for the 26th. That meeting's still on, notices are going out.
That was the resolution adopted by the city council at their March meeting, at the February meeting.
Yes, so the public hearing notice is going out. We will be holding a public hearing of both commissions, joint public hearing. However, if we do not have a quorum for jointly having a meeting, the council will still move forward and the P and Z will have to disperse. And y'all we couldn't have a quorum, or we wouldn't actually have a quorum at all. So you guys could stay in the audience and be able to represent yourselves as a
What is
resident.
a quorum for?
We have to have a
Four.
quorum of P and Z members.
Yeah, I
On
get that,
guys.
but there's 7, so there's 4, isn't
It's
it?
Four, we
correct.
can't get 4.
Yeah, I know, I'm just kidding.
We have
Sorry.
3.
But the city council can still
Yes,
listen to everything and they can
absolutely.
move
And
forward
you can do the same.
without ever having
No,
to.
that's
No,
not.
no,
That last
no.
part's not correct.
Yeah, no. The
But-
Planning and Zoning Commission has to
That was
recommend
wishful thinking.
an action before
But
city council can. take
Also,
it
if
up.
we do not get a quorum, then we would have to renotice again to get a public hearing for Planning and Zoning Commission.
Which seems
So-
like that's what's, did we already send the notice?
Yes, the notice is, well, the notice is printed in the mail.
It's gotta go
It
out
has to go out by
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Goes out tomorrow.
I guess I'm just confused. City council, you said, was very specific, wanted to have a joint meeting with both committees present so everybody can hear questions, ideas. That's unfortunately not gonna happen because we haven't been able to do a quorum, but y'all still wanna move forward with it,
Well,
rather than try to find another date where we could
I'm hoping
all do
we
it.
can find a way that people who haven't gotten their one more person can get their calendar clear to come that night. Otherwise, this commission is costing the city the additional time and cost of doing this notice again, and having Sam again, and having newspaper notice published again, because you cannot act on any ordinance, you can't send a report on this ordinance to the city council until until P and Z's had a fully published public hearing with the required statutory mailed and newspaper notice.
Well, I've known for a week we didn't have a quorum, which seems like it seems like at that point, if y'all are continuing on with it and we might have to mail again, it sounds like you're spending the city's money
No,
on this one.
no, the city council took this action 6 weeks ago.
I didn't
I
hear
don't-
about
I
this
didn't hear about it
meeting
6
until,
weeks
like,
ago.
a week and a
No,
half
at the
ago.
last city
When
council
did
meeting,
you-
not 6 weeks. It's been a few weeks.
No, it was, I looked at it today. We
It was the
took this
February
act-
meeting is my understanding.
Yeah, it was the February meeting.
Yes.
It's March 5th.
Well,
It's-
I have
it's
a
at
question.
least 5
Can't they,
weeks.
can't,
It's at least 5 weeks.
That math
Plus,
doesn't work out for me.
I think Michaela sent y'all notice of that meeting and a meeting invite within a few days of the.
It was about a week and a
February
half
meeting.
ago.
It was about a week and a half ago.
I don't think that's correct. I think she tried
I
again.
I don't
responded
think much I
within-
say is
within
correct.
I sent to.
one day and was like, I can't make it,
Michaela,
I'm
could you
skiing.
respond on that?
I can look out when I see that. Well, can't, people participate via Zoom and
No.
No.
to make up the quorum? I know they can't
Not
vote.
to make a quorum.
No, that you
Quorum
haven't,
has to be on the dais.
it's the opposite of that.
Oh,
They can't be a quorum on Zoom, they can vote on Zoom.
oh. All right, I guess I do have it backwards.
So when
I
did
thought
the-
it was, I
When did
thought,
the first invite
The
go
first
out?
email regarding the special availability request for the special joint public hearing, that was sent out on February 20th, the day after the city council meeting.
February 20, the day after the city
Can we let
council.
Sam
It's
go
2
home?
weeks ago.
He's 15, yeah, Sam, please.
Please.
So you know that Sam has a 1-week-old baby
No way.
at home? 2 weeks old baby at home
Just
now,
leave it
that's
now.
that can, yeah, thank you so much.
So we found out a day short of 2
I'll
weeks
be in-
ago.
I'll be in contact with whatever we need.
Let me know.
Okay,
We can-
thank you so much, you did a great job.
Is that his computer?
Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
all right.
oh, yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why why we set a meeting without just even reaching out to P and Z tentatively, and yeah, I mean,
I
think
just,
that
I don't want to
notice-
be blamed that we're going to
that
be the
notice
ones
is-
wasting city money.
Well, what I'm saying is you received notice of a meeting, received notice on February 20 of a meeting on March 26.
I don't understand how that's relevant if you have plans.
It's 5 weeks ahead of.
am I supposed
I work
supposed to
full-time, I have a
cancel?
client in town, I've been trying, and I still may be able to be there, I'm just not gonna know until the last minute. And so that's why I said, if you have to make a decision on mailing them out, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now I'm gonna be there. I have to work on it, I've got a job and I've got a client in town, and I'm trying to see if they can move their schedule to accommodate me to be here. I just can't commit to that right now, which I told him about a week ago now, and which was about a week after I got this notice. I just think you're mischaracterizing this pretty grossly. You just said 6 weeks ago, it's been less than 2. I just want to be clear about that.
I was misstated that, it was 6 weeks
Thank you.
notice ahead of the meeting.
So we are where we are. Mr. Nash has already told me he absolutely can't make it. Okay, and we do have 3. And I think Mike said he absolutely can't make
I'm out of town.
it. Okay. Mr. Hall said maybe, but can't commit. And that's where we are. Without a commitment, I can't say I can make it, you know. It looks like it might have to go into 2 sessions. I don't know what else to do.
Unless you moved that meeting before,
unless
made the
we-
decision to move it without
Right.
mailing out the mailers and find a date that works for everybody.
Well, I think what Brooke is saying
Together.
is
Well-
that, you know, city council already voted on a date, so it's already kind of cast.
Well, yeah,
The-
but I mean,
here's- here's-
why didn't city council just pick the, I mean, we have a planning and zoning meeting the very next week. Like literally, 1 week, and we could have done it here together when everyone already has it on their calendar. Like, why did we? But I don't understand.
And that's
I
fine to
can
do
ad-
that,
I-
I just don't want to be blamed for it.
I
Is
can
my
address
issue.
that. I can address that. And again, Tony, I apologize. My comment was intended to say there was 6 weeks' notice to be able to get to the meeting that the city council set. So the city council, in picking that date, we're going to be meeting during spring break for our regular council meeting. This is an additional meeting. This is an additional date for the city council for this public meeting. And the sentiment on the council was just as I've described. We really do want to have this jointly with P&Z, so for the benefit of the council, for the benefit of P&Z, and for the benefit of the public, that all these questions that we have and all the responses get heard at one time. So, in having this item on the agenda, can the P&Z tell me, the council liaison, when y'all can meet?
How about the
Our next regularly scheduled meeting of that
So
meeting?
you're not willing to do so the city council comes, we have the public meeting at your regular scheduled P&Z meeting?
Seems like the odds of us having a quorum at our regular meeting are better than the newly created one.
What
I
date is?
don't know that we've gotten an email about availability for then. That's what.
Well,
when-
that's the problem, because to be able for the city council to set that public hearing, we've got to do it by our meeting date, which is next week. So we need a date tonight, an alternate date tonight, or my recommendation is to go ahead with the public notice for the joint meeting as we planned it and see if we can get a quorum. We've got to mail it anyway.
I can attend our next regular meeting. I know that. I just looked at that.
What date is that?
That is
April
April
2nd.
2nd. But I'm going to say, and here's my discomfort, I will not be at the next meeting. All right? Okay, and Jerry is saying he won't be here for April either.
Yeah. And I can't remember what the council said because we discussed the dates that council members would be available as well.
I
Can
won't
we?
even be in
What about
June,
just
so-
like if we? I mean,
Dude,
about just
what
going
about
to
just having a
email
meeting without a public notice? Why don't we just have a
That
meeting?
doesn't satisfy the statutory requirement. There is a statutory requirement.
No, I'm aware, but what about an informational meeting and then set an informational meeting on the 26th so we don't spend all the money sending it out if we don't have a quorum, and then pick a later date that we all collaborate on before we spend the
The
money sending out
council's
the
ready
notice.
to go forward on this matter. And we want to get to the point of having the public hearing so that we can get public comment on it. We can, so,
I have a question.
yes.
About the necessity of the Planning and Zoning Commission's participation in the public hearing. If we vote tonight, even if it doesn't pass, to support the ordinance, at least we will have voiced a position. Can that be, that won't fly?
We
or
haven't
statute
anything?
requires
noticed we're
before-
voting tonight.
No,
but-
well, there's,
We also haven't gotten the stuff we just
Yeah.
asked the
Are
argument.
we trying to vote?
We
well, I
have-
know,
we
but
have
I
to-
mean,
we
we
have to have
could,
a-
we
we have
could
to
make
have-
an educated vote tonight.
Jeannie, we
We've been
have to have
talking
a-
about it for a year.
We have to have a public, we have
Okay.
to have a public hearing before we're allowed to vote.
Yes,
It
and
could-
you,
Okay, all right,
Yes.
okay, now
Yes.
I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't.
So, I guess Brooke might, I don't know, when I hear, I think everyone's ready to move forward. I mean, I know maybe it doesn't appear that way, but, I think everyone wants to find a good solution. But I think from my perspective, we had this presentation, we asked for some other information. Perhaps all minds are closed except for a few, and so this is just a time wasting exercise. It kind of feels that way a little bit. So, to me, if what we're looking for is the right solution and trying to find consensus among this group, which clearly we just don't have right now, but maybe I'm an optimist and I think that we'll get some things and we get a little more information and we can all digest it for a little bit and come and talk about it and maybe get there. That to me feels like a whole lot better approach than, like, right now we've got just these things on the wall that, we don't even hardly, I think we have some disagreements that we would like to, I think everyone wants to work on fleshing out. Isn't that more appropriate than, like, pushing it to council and having a public discussion when, we aren't even going to be sitting here at that meeting, which we can't go to, but assume we could. Like, we're just going to be sitting here, like, discussing amongst ourselves when we haven't gotten to that place yet. It just seems very premature to try to do that. Because if it comes right back to us, what happens? We're going to, well, you know what? It's going to be the same vote we had last time, right? If we have to vote right now, it's going to be the exact same thing that happened before. And I don't think the notice is helpful to getting to the end goal of passing an actual ordinance.
I think what's missing here is that the council is fully aware of what the debate has been before P&Z. We know that there's a lack of consensus. One of the reasons for wanting this joint public hearing is to see, is that inevitable? Can we work this out? Are there new insights that the council hasn't heard, that y'all haven't heard? Are there insights you haven't heard that the council has heard? And so that is why the council was fully on board with having a joint public hearing. And it seems that it's also part of the responsibility of P&Z to check the council agenda from time to time. It's public. We had a posting a week before the February council meeting that this was an item to be discussed.
Yeah, I watched
We heard no feedback from P&Z that this was not possible.
We talked about it at our last meeting also here.
Yes,
We
you
did.
talked about it here.
Yes, we did.
And from, I think there's full recognition that there's not consensus yet at P&Z on this. The council has not had an opportunity to have a discussion about it because we've been waiting on your report to have that discussion. And we've gotten to the point where, I guess back in June, P&Z raised the request to have this consultant. So the council agreed on doing this, going forward with a proposal to see if y'all could agree on having a consultant that would look at these models. So we've gone to that step, we funded it, we've gotten the report back. Y'all had the report tonight. We're supposed to have the report. So the thought was, let's bring this all together and see where we are.
It's not that anybody's trying to force anything down anybody's neck. We are trying genuinely to find where the hard parts are, find the soft parts, figure out how to put this together. And we can't do that with the P&Z feeling like the council's overstepping their role and the council saying, well, we're trying to give them their, enough leash, but we're not getting any feedback. And so this public hearing, I think, is the chance for us all to talk with one another and see where we are. And when our city staff sends a meeting invite to 7 people and gets 3 responses, that's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. We need prompt response to those invites so our staff can go about their business. We could have been notified 2 weeks ago if there had been a prompt response that we can't get a quorum. But 3 people didn't even respond. And so, you're putting the council in a bad spot because we're trying to move forward and we're trying to set things up and we're thinking that y'all would like this as well, but we're just not getting the feedback back that we need. Had you done that, we could have tried, and what we've done before, when the staff gets a reply that there's not a quorum, then they send out a second notice. They send out a second meeting invite, and we can get a second date set. But when there's not the response, that's just not being a responsible commission member. And
I don't know who didn't respond, but it sounds like we got pretty rapid responses and we knew there wasn't a quorum pretty quickly.
No, we didn't. There were some that didn't respond and some said we don't know what our calendar is.
Okay, so I guess the substance of the question more was around.
And so now the question is, can you all give a date when you could have a quorum for a public meeting? I can take that back to the council. Council can decide at its meeting whether or not we want to cancel the public hearing or not. And you put it, we're tomorrow we've got to send out a notice or not.
So
It's already been sent?
I don't know. We sent it to a printer, and I didn't get confirmation.
So we've already incurred that cost.
They're printed. I'm pretty sure they are printed.
So
Well,
I'm hoping.
I don't remember exactly when I responded, and I may not have responded immediately because I've been trying to figure out, and I should have said that I'm trying to figure out if I didn't respond. But I've known we've not had a quorum for several days now. I mean, I don't know when it went to the printer, but that's a shame that that money's been spent if the whole goal of this meeting from the city council's perspective was to have all of us together, and it looks like that's not going to happen. That's a shame.
Can we get a date? I think the other issue is if you can't come the 26th, then what's your date?
I would really like to be part of this. And after the 26th was an important day for me, so I made sure that I was going to be able to make it. But I have more flexibility than others, I know. But I'm no good until late April.
I'm
That's
gone
it.
for 2 weeks in April.
Yeah, I'm no good.
I'm gone from the 12th through the 20th.
I guess I'm curious from other commission members here if y'all believe that going to council when we just saw this for the first time and asked for more information, do y'all think that's helpful? Is that gonna because our ultimate goal is to send a positive recommendation to council. That's what we're trying to do.
Why don't we do it this way? Because I wanted to have this meeting, and not everybody agrees with me, but I wanted to have Sam do this presentation for P&Z before City Council. Okay? it was our idea to do this. I wanted you all to see what was going on and let him do the thing. To me, and I don't disagree, that maybe just based on this discussion this evening, maybe it is a little bit premature to be doing a city council public hearing or a joint public hearing. I think it might be, just based on the conversation we've had tonight and the recommendations for maybe some changes, some adds to the presentation, that taking that still to city council during the regular city council meeting would be useful, so that they could at least see what we had just seen and with our recommended adds to what we had just seen. And then we bring this whole thing back around in another month. At least it'll fit my schedule better,
But
but
I mean,
I think
Vasant,
it'll
but-
at least educate folks a bit more.
Another month is April.
I know it.
I mean,
I'm talking
obviously-
about late April. Maybe that's when the joint public hearing occurs. Maybe the joint public hearing, instead of it being April 20 or March 26th, maybe it's something like, April 23rd or April 30th.
I'm gone.
No? Okay.
Well,
that's what
if the notice already went out, then you might as well have
Well, they
a
haven't-
council meeting, and we could renotice P and Z later and not have to do it jointly. But I don't know.
I don't think, the council, when this was presented to council, and I presented it to council, I said, do you want a joint meeting or do you want an individual meeting for the public hearing? They unanimously want a joint meeting. They think it's important to have the opportunity to talk with P&Z, to hear directly from P&Z what P&Z's concerns are. Given the I think the council does not believe right now, they're not expecting from P&Z a full recommendation. What they want is to hear what the issues are and hear them directly from y'all and hear directly from the consultant and hear your questions for the consultant and the consultant's answers, so that we're not working off of different input. And so at this point, what the council has voted on is a joint public hearing. And I think the city council will go forward with their joint public hearing. I've got to make that cut without talking to my peers on the council, because I can't do that. But, we've got to, I can't stand, I think from what I can't do tonight is say the council's going to want to do a different date for a public hearing. What they've said is, we want this date for a public hearing, and they won't be able to, council can't meet to make a different decision until after notice goes out. And so I think what the reality is that notice will go out and a public hearing will be set, and P&Z will either show up or not show up. And there'll have to be a second one if there's not a quorum.
I'm wondering if we can back this out a little bit. I know that you can't talk to the individual city council members, and I probably could, but I won't. I think it might be useful just to have staff send a note to city council and say that we don't have a quorum with P&Z on the 26th. Are you in favor of canceling the 26th public hearing?
I don't think we can do that without a public hearing, without a public meeting.
I'm pretty sure notices were stamped and sent out, or they were stamped and they were probably mailed.
But
Yes.
if they, but we can stop the mail, can't we? I mean, you can stop that.
They've already been sent.
Well, if they've already been sent, then you can't, but first thing in the morning, if they haven't.
And Chairman Bench, I'm not in favor of that.
All right,
I think the direction from the council and
all right.
they want to get they want to hear what the consultant has to say, and I think attempting to try to reset that joint public hearing when we don't have a date for when P&Z could meet again would generate anything but a lot of angst.
All right, well,
The other unfortunate thing is if he presents these new things at that meeting and some of us aren't there, obviously we can watch it back, but you don't get the interactivity of being able to ask him questions while the demonstration's going on.
Right,
Well,
and
yeah.
that's why I keep,
I'm not sure we have the money to
pushing-
bring him back again, you know.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not sure we probably have the money to bring him back to a third meeting.
That's a question too. Or if we have the money to do the changes, which we haven't gotten to. But so I think I really would hope that y'all could work any way you can for those who haven't committed to find one of you that can open up their calendar and show up at the public hearing.
Well, I guess
Thank you.
I can't make it, but I guess my counter to that would be I really wish council would give us the time and space to do our job. And, you know, I think we haven't had that time, so it feels incredibly premature. And I think Jeannie made the very wise request for these consultancy back in November or December, and then it went to council and it was not approved, so we had to bring it back for a month. And so there was some delay caused by council's trepidation around approving the consultant, which pushed this thing further down the road. So, you know, I feel like there's we've been patient with council, right? And now we're trying to do the work, and I can't imagine that even if everyone was there, that this would be a remotely productive meeting until, we've been 3 hours on one issue. And I mean, granted, we've had some other background conversation, but I feel like our job is to send something to council to look at and, send them a recommendation. Of course, you can throw it away and do whatever you want, but I just feels, Dave said it feels premature.
How do you feel about council's request that they get your input in response to Samuel's presentation? You're saying you don't want to give input to council until you're ready to. Council has,
Isn't that our job?
may I finish? Council has asked for your input at a public hearing, and they decided they wanted to do that jointly for that reason. I think if you go back and look at what the statements that were made by council at the last council meeting on this issue, you'll see there is a genuine desire to, we all know that there's issues bubbling still. There is a genuine desire to meet together to discuss it. And where we are right now is that we don't have a quorum for the meeting that the council requested, and we don't have a date when y'all can have a public meeting. And so I can't go back to council with an alternative date, and that's where we are,
we are on the
And so
discussion
it
item
seems,
number
I'll
7.
just do one other thing.
All right.
I went back and looked today. The CRCRC proposal came to P&Z at the March P&Z meeting. The next month at that meeting, P&Z asked for a draft ordinance. That draft ordinance came to P&Z at the May meeting. P&Z didn't meet in June. P&Z didn't meet in July because we couldn't get a quorum. In August, we had a public input. Ryan Clinton came, Jeff Ezell came. In September, we had a joint meeting with the city council on other ordinance issues. September, there was a joint public meeting. There was a P&Z public meeting, but this was not included in that public hearing. The tree ordinance and lighting and those issues were. And the reason it wasn't was because the consultancy question had come up in October,
The
November, and
consultancy came up in September?
yes, having a workshop. Tom Farrell, Ryan Clinton both recommended having a workshop.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
That was a different
Yeah.
thing.
Yes,
That's a different
y'all
thing.
didn't want to have a, you know, there wasn't consensus on a workshop. You came forward with the proposal for the consultant,
I think it was Jeannie's idea.
or
Yeah.
some
That was
group.
That was October, November.
That was October. That was October. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was October. And then it took, where are we, 4 months, and we got something. I mean, I know
It's-
government runs slow, but it just, at this point, it feels rushed. We went super slow, and now it's like, all right, you got the information, let's go have this.
You've had it for a year.
conversation.
You've had this same CRCRC proposal for a year.
I mean, I don't
We've
really.
been working with P&Z to give you the time to get a recommendation out, and
And we haven't gotten there.
we don't have a date for a public hearing either.
I don't think it's particularly helpful or relevant to run through all that. We are where we are. I mean, I'll say this, with the benefit of hindsight,
Here's what is relevant is that
How about you
people
let
in
me
the
finish, since
community
you always tell me to
are,
let you finish.
people in the community, people in the community want a decision on this matter.
People in the community should want a good new set of rules that works well, is efficient, addresses various stakeholders. I'm not sure that I'm getting that vibe from you
I'm not
tonight,
sure
for
that
sure.
the council doesn't feel they're getting input back to that effect from P&Z.
Does it, but, I mean, council's role is to let us, I mean, I thought, direct us to work on something, which we are doing, and then we send a recommendation. Well, right? I mean, that is how we interact with council. Like, yeah, we can go discuss it with them, but then we come right back in here and discuss it amongst ourselves so that we can pass something. So, I don't, I mean, or are we going to, I mean, you said council wants to hear what we have to say. Well, we are gonna formally send something that this is what hopefully what we all agree on. That's what we're trying to work towards. So, I don't quite get the council wants to
Once
hear what we have
again,
to say.
did you get the part where council says they want to hear your questions of this consultant as you're asking them? They want to have the opportunity to address these issues with you. That's what I've been trying to say. That's what I've said. That's what the council said. So that's where we are.
All right, well, I think that, all that aside, we need to establish a date, if possible, that we think that we actually can get together. That's what the agenda item is. If, I agree with Council Member Brown that if it's at all possible for you who are currently uncommitted to the 26th date, if you can possibly make it, I think it would be great. If that doesn't happen, then we need to fall back on another date that hopefully we can establish right now. So I just said, yeah, I could do it the next day after the city council meeting. I could do it, or the public hearing. I could do it for a few days after that, but then I disappear for weeks. And what,
I'm sure like most.
you know, I'm the
members
president of
here-
another committee too. I never even talk about this. But whenever we try to do a board meeting or get things together, I send out a spreadsheet that's got all the dates on it, and I say, which ones of these can you make? And then we pull it together, and we decide based on what those responses are. This date looks good, this date looks good, this date looks good. We'll pick one of those, what makes the most sense. I think that's a process that we ought to be following, something like that, as opposed to
Yeah,
things
there's
just
an
being
app
thrown
or
over the
something for
fence
that,
at
too.
us
There's a
and
good
all
app
that.
for that.
Huh?
I'll send you that.
Calendly,
for that.
right? Calendly.
It's
Calendly,
fantastic.
yeah.
It's great.
Does that work?
Calendly, yeah, it's really good.
Calendly. Great app. Check it out.
Oh, I don't know
Next
that.
time you got a schedule.
I don't know that. Yeah, that's news to me. All right. I am not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to send you guys.
Oh,
notes.
really?
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to do anything
yeah.
with you, and it does everybody, you know? So, what I would need to do is work that through staff. No matter what it is I do, I have to work it through staff. That's what I loved about the CRC is I could write them notes.
So are we, I guess from my perspective, are we gonna meet next month? I mean, I keep the first Wednesday, it's on my calendar. I try to respect that date. I have a pretty good attendance record. I think most everyone here generally does also.
But
Would-
Dave said he can't, and
No, he's here you said you're here.
Now,
Oh,
I
you're
can't
not.
make April. I'm going to miss the April meeting.
Jerry said he
I'm not,
can't.
I'm out
Yeah.
that whole week.
Yep.
Our standing meeting, guys? I mean, come on.
Well, it's my first one.
I mean,
That's right. Look at me. Am I red faced or what? But yeah, that's it. You know what? I thought we would be done with this months ago.
we still have more business.
I
on the next
know.
meeting.
Yeah.
You
Well,
have to keep-
clearly.
You have to keep going.
Well, we
It
make
never
up
stops.
business, don't we? We make up business, but regardless, we're not there yet. And what I can make it late April. That's pretty much as soon as I can do it. And I would surely like to be there.
I'm not back until April 29th.
April
From
29th.
Europe,
So
so.
we're in the bay.
When do you? What's the front end of that? When April?
April 12th. I'm leaving April 12th
Okay.
and returning on the 29th, and I'm sure I'll have a little jet lag.
What about a little earlier that April week? Or when do you leave, Dave? Are you around like a Monday, Tuesday of that week? Or
No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving on the 1st.
April 1st.
Yeah.
on Tuesday? Well, what about like Monday the 31st?
I'm here.
I mean, it would be a
No.
Move our whole meeting, maybe?
When is
Just move
Brian
the
going
P&Z
to be
meeting.
available, do you know? He just won't,
his
I don't know.
He works for overseas clients or something. His work day is different than ours or something.
No. I take the 30th is my last day here in town.
that's Sunday.
That's Sunday. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I get back from my trip the 29th.
On the 29th. So that's a Saturday. Now, that's no good. So at least for the two of us, we're out for the rest of. Okay.
Through
And you're,
whenever you're back. I
and
guess.
Jeannie's saying she's out the 12th until the end.
Correct.
Tony, where are you at? You have any sense?
Any of these, I mean, the 31st, the 2nd, the 1st, all those work. But they don't,
Those are all good, huh?
yeah,
Yeah. You're gonna make the next P and Z meeting?
yes.
Okay.
Are we
Alright.
gonna have the meeting on the 2nd?
Well, if we get through tonight's agenda, we don't really have anything new to talk about yet. We don't have anything new. Other than to have, it's possible we could have Sam back, but.
Can two of us meet prior? Can two of us meet and talk about business? Is that
Two can
that's
meet.
cool?
Two can meet.
Well, if we get the stuff back from Alter Studio, do you want to try to meet in the next
Can 3 meet?
couple
2 meet?
weeks? No,
I'm sorry?
just
Only
two,
two.
right?
Three can meet.
Three.
Yeah,
Under
yeah,
a
we're
quorum.
three of us. We have subcommitted it out. So we're allowed to do 3.
I mean, it would be like in the next 2
okay.
weeks, basically, is all.
We're going.
Because then I'm gone,
Okay.
and then you're gone.
I could meet Monday of next week, Tuesday of next week.
I think that generally all.
Would,
for me
is
too.
there any chance he would have any of that stuff by then, or? No.
I
I can't imagine that's gonna take them an hour. I mean, they did all the hard work. stuff we
You
asked
want
for
to
is pretty
meet
minimal.
with him, is that what you want to do?
No, I
Okay.
don't think so. I think if we get the information from them, we can.
Well,
then we
without
can
him
maybe-
actually driving, you know, I don't know what it would be. Honestly, without him, I don't have that software.
Well, ultimately, he's got to give us something printable.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's
So-
right.
So
Well,
if we can get that by the
yeah, I
end,
wanted
that's
to get that at the very end of all this because I know that there's, I'll bet any money city council, city council's gonna want some additional things. And so why have them write things? Just show them what they, you know, I'd rather have the verbal presentation first before we write it all down.
I guess I wasn't thinking writing. I was thinking more just like, can you print a few of those images for us to?
Well, you know, you asked really good questions about, can you turn it on the side? Can we look at it this way? And then I said, you know, can you put the two together? You know, those kinds of things. That's live action stuff that is hard to replace, you know, as far as trying to actually get an answer. I think if we just have paper copies of something, I think we'll be scratching our heads.
Well, they're pretty good at presentation and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I feel like we're like, hey, can we get something printable where you can see it on all sides? They could
Well.
probably get us something pretty good. But that's, if we want to wait, that's fine. I was just trying to be helpful and.
Okay.
So whatever.
Well, is that something we wanna do? Is it a subgroup of three that needs to get together?
I mean, there's a part of me that really wants to find agreement within this group and
Yeah.
find the best solution
Right.
that is enduring. I mean, yes, Jeannie, we can change it, but it'd be really great if we left here with something that lasted for a long time. I mean, everyone's put so much work into it, and so there's the optimist in me that wants to work towards that, but then there's maybe the realist in me that feels like the fix is in, and why are we wasting our time? So, you know, I'm willing to go either way, I guess, right? I'm not into
Yeah, I
wasting
don't-
my life
Well, it
over
just
here,
seems
but
to me it's really only a datum issue. It's like whether or not we use the segment or the parallel plane, and to me, they were almost the same, so I don't understand why we can't just go with one or the other. I mean, why does it have to be the segment issue instead of the parallel plane? I mean, I don't get it. They've told us, Alex has told us, Samuel's told us, Duke has told us, the parallel plane is easy. It's easy to construct homes based on the criteria. So I don't see why the segment part is so important, because they're basically the same. So
I think we've talked about it a lot tonight, but I think a lot of people got on board with the parallel plane because they were, oh, this house works, everything's fine. And I don't think that was true. In fact, I'm pretty convinced that was not true.
what wasn't true?
That under the proposed ordinance, all these houses that have been built could still be built. And I think that was never, because the tinting is a very hard concept to implement on parallel plane and it's three-dimensional. I think that a lot of those things, they houses that everyone looks at and goes, that looks pretty good. I think that should be acceptable. And like, oh yeah, that works. I think a lot of them probably did not. And I think
On the
that's
tinting specifically, the height is
because of the
easier.
tinting, not because of the parallel plane. So I feel like there's been a lot of support that is perhaps, I don't want to say uneducated, but uninformed. And so I think that we got a whole lot of support for parallel plane based on assumptions that maybe were not right.
So you think that the tinting part is easier with the segment process?
I don't know if we want to go back into the
No, well, I'm
number
just
of
asking,
points on
yeah,
the
no,
parallel
I'm
plane,
just
but
asking you, do you think it's easier with the segmenting?
I don't really care what's easier. I mean, I care a lot about maybe what's easiest for enforcement, because my experience in this community has been that our enforcement is not always the best. And so I do care a lot about what's maybe enforceable. I don't necessarily say it's the easiest to enforce, but it definitely needs to be enforceable. But I care about a solution that like does all the right things, like eliminates the issue you have next door for future people, but also allows people to build like the kind of house that they want to build that's reasonable. I think that's it. So I don't.
I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, but.
I mean, for me, I had some
But
small
the-
meetings with Duke and Alex, and I think it became clear that height and height alone dominated discussion for 6 months. And tinting was off to the side without a lot of review.
It's one sentence.
And Alex acknowledged us. No, I have not. When I said, when you've been reviewing all these and saying this one works, have you been applying tinting in addition to height to those? And she said, no, I have not. And so what I'm mainly yearning for at this point, and I think maybe we're close if I can get my file over to him, is just to see a real life example house plugged into parallel plane with tinting to see how impactful that is. I know they looked at my design house, early on for height and said slight changes, it would have worked. We haven't looked at that one for tinting. That's the easiest one because I control it. But I mean, I wish we had the time and money and all these things to have a couple architects run several different options. I realize we don't have that, but I think we're pointed in the right direction. This was, I think, a helpful start. I was hopeful that seeing these models he pulled up would click a little bit more. I think, like you, it's hard to look at scale. The shape of it made me say, how do you build a house with a pitched roof inside of it? But maybe when you put the scale on it, I'm going to look at it and say, oh, that's taller than it looked in that.
Yeah.
I just don't know. That's what I'm looking for, is just a little bit more visibility into what we're
So
passing.
it's really the tinting part that y'all are questioning.
I've said this for months. I think if you just do.
But
I think
I think when you brought the segmenting part up, it kind of, like, it threw me. I was like, all of a sudden I thought, well, he doesn't want parallel plane, he wants segmenting, but it's really not that. It's really the tinting that you're concerned about.
I've said for the better part of the year, I met with Dave and said, I bet if we left the rules as they are and tinted and maybe reined in the height a little bit, it would probably solve most of the problems.
Yep.
And we already have the code already established. But by that point, by the time I got into it, understandably, CRCRC felt pretty good about their option because they've been talking about it for 6 months up to that point. So me coming in and saying, gosh, I mean, that's what I've said from the beginning. I would vote for the easiest possible change to our code that would address the problems that we have. And I think CRCRC at some level talked about changing existing code. I don't know that changing existing code with tinting was ever discussed. Anyway, we're too far past that, but my point being is I have 100% from the very beginning, I completely support that we need change to solve some of the problems we have. And then on the other side of me is I'm a very deliberate, analytical, thoughtful person, I think, and I don't feel like I've had the opportunity to satisfy myself that there couldn't be some whoops with what we passed based on how I've seen it, the application in 2D without tinting just to height. That's my concern in a nutshell.
Well, if we just modified the existing ordinance, they still could have built the house next door to me, right? At 40-something feet.
not with tinting.
Not with tinting or an adjustment to height. I
Well,
mean,
the tinting, okay, I can see the tinting, but it's still 40-something feet. So.
Well, I don't
So and that's
I
under
don't
existing.
advocate for leaving the height where it is. I told Dave I actually would advocate for bringing the height down to 30 feet, the baseline height. And this is not the first time I mentioned that. And he said that's not going to get anywhere, so I backed off. But
There were a number of people who wanted that, not a lot in the survey, but there were some.
I prefer 30 feet with less relief than we have currently. But
We're-
anyway,
look, we're not-
that's
yeah.
not where
Okay.
it's
We're not,
getting.
All right, well, I was just trying to,
we're not
I
getting
guess
anywhere.
I say that
What?
mostly to
We're not-
that I'm not.
excuse me, we're
Jim-
not
I'm
getting
not
anywhere on
trying
that
to.
date.
My goal is not to keep the existing code.
Gentlemen,
Okay.
if city council could hear this, it would be very good.
I said it at the joint meeting.
If you'll come and say it at a meeting,
You did say that.
well, you've got another opportunity if ears were closed. And, I would urge you to find a way to get there
on the 26th.
Okay, and I would urge or invite city council that as soon as this video is available, that they take a look at it.
Tonight's meeting?
Tonight's meeting.
Yeah.
I wish we'd
Yep.
have responded quicker to save the money, because it could have been just a joint meeting without mailing the stuff out.
But we
anyway.
did talk
We have
about the
to-
fact that we were having a public hearing at last month's meeting. We did talk about that.
I didn't see it on our agenda, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
No,
I just
came
looked at the
up.
minutes.
Yeah, it's not in-
It
yeah.
came up, it came up. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, okay, kids, let's go. I think what we need to do is to establish what a workable date is for a joint, not necessary, no, not a joint, for a public hearing for us.
Sounds
Is
like we
there-
just need to establish our next meeting date, period.
Yeah,
Sounds like May for,
we could make it our next, we could make it our May meeting.
I'm sorry.
I think we could make it our May meeting, I haven't looked
Is
at it.
staff allowed to
May
send out a
7th.
Calendly that we respond to? Where you put a number of dates in and, you go say yes, no,
Can
yes,
we-
no, and
yeah.
then it consolidates it?
I don't see the need to use something like that, but I could definitely send something out to get general availability for numerous dates. Then the May May planning and zoning meeting will fall on May 7th.
Seventh is already up.
Does everybody know if they're gonna happen to be around on May 7th?
I'll make
I
myself
rarely
over.
book anything during these
Yeah.
meetings.
I hear you.
Not only because of this meeting, but have another standing meeting on Tuesday. So it's on the first of the month, so it just works out that way. So
I
it's-
am available then, I do have to travel sometimes when I don't know.
But if
but
you,
I'm-
yeah,
I'm
but you
available.
could pencil it on your calendar right now, if you would.
It
I could
is,
probably ink
it is on there in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's already on there, so.
That's right, it is on there, yeah, so. If we can get a quorum for our May meeting, we have the possibility of a public hearing. Right? Now, anything that can happen, if there is utility in having a meeting of 3 people prior to that, to talk with the people, owner studio or whatever, to satisfy you on anything prior to this public meeting, I'm perfectly fine with that. It could even be without me. It could be 3 people that is not me. But,
Don't include me.
I'm willing to do anything that it requires
Well, I
for
think
us
if
to
the
get a
council meeting
vote out on
happens, it
this.
needs to
I'll
be
do-
mandatory that we all watch that meeting, which if I'm not here, I certainly will. If not live,
I'll be there.
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I think if y'all continue on and have your public hearing, which it sounds like you will, I think P and Z, it needs to be mandatory viewing for those that are unable to attend that meeting.
You say it, I-
Your
yeah, I-
public hearing, the one that was city council that we've been talking about, we're on the
Yeah.
26th, I guess it is.
26th.
I think to the extent that planning and zoning members aren't able to attend, it needs to be mandatory viewing after the meeting for planning and zoning members, is what I'm
Oh,
saying.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I mean, I'm just saying, if I
Just
can't
the-
make it
just
to that
the-
meeting, I will be watching it back afterwards,
Yeah, just
100%.
I'm gonna be there.
Right.
Regardless, I'll be in the audience, but I'm coming.
I'm saying for myself, if
Yeah.
I'm not able to be there and everyone
Yeah.
else, please watch the meeting.
I think that's perfectly, I think it's a great idea.
I do too.
I mean, we can't make it mandatory, but I invite you, you should, encourage you. Right, okay. So, getting back, can we, at least at the moment, say that we're going to call our public hearing, our May planning and zoning meeting, May 7th?
If we can't get a quorum for the,
If we can't do better than that, but at least we've got that. Okay? Good, okay. Mike? Is it good? We'll go with that for the time being, it's what it is. I don't like going this far out, but we've been going for a couple years on this. All right. What might happen, this may be for action too, because it is so late, that may be, it's our public hearing and we vote afterward. For action. All right? So, yes.
would recommend you make that in the form of a motion, so staff has the confidence to incur the cost to do another printing.
Okay, let me, so I can be sure, if we take a motion on this, and we say that we're gonna have this public hearing, but we actually do have a public, somebody does show up on the 26th, are we still held to a public hearing on May?
You can cancel it at your April meeting, or you can cancel it.
We could cancel.
Don't we have enough time to get to this council meeting and then decide if we need to notice for the May meeting? We don't have enough time?
No, we don't, we don't have enough time, no. Yeah, this open meetings business, this is so hard to work, this is so hard to work.
I see.
So, okay, so, I'm good with that, I'll motion that we establish May 7th as our tentative public hearing,
Tentative?
okay, as our public hearing for discussion and action.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
I would ask that staff, I don't know, maybe we pick a date to circle back up and make sure that everyone's schedule is not changed before we spend any more money.
I think we ought to ask for that pronto. Okay, yes. Okay, it's good. All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. I think we're off of this item. We are ready to talk about what? We're back on regular agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action on defining yard equipment and accessory structures. And we, through the good work of Nikki and Michaela, you'll see that in our packet we have not only some of the items that we had discussed last time, but also updated so it reflects what kinds of votes we had already taken, which is incredibly helpful. So that we can see now that there were certain things that we had voted on as far as their placement within required yards and what those votes were. As far as I can tell, the substance of this particular item right now is really just to take some of what Jerry had recommended with regard to definitions and seeing whether or not we want to go forward with those definitions as opposed to ones that we kind of already voted on. So, Jerry's provided an update to this that you have in front of you, and it's now also in the packet. And some of this borrows from what Amanda had provided us last planning and zoning meeting. But I think you put some more restrictions around it. You wanna talk us through this, Jerry, or?
Okay, but first I gotta say if my words last time were a little tense, I apologize. I'm new and getting used to this public speaking. So carrying on, I had the time to do the research on playscapes and playhouses, and thought I included in your packet pictures of what I was finding, the differences, mainly the playscapes are what you buy at Home Depot and stuff, are open and airy, and they're like swings and don't really violate the purposes of a required yard. If the purpose is, if you look at them as to be allow the sunlight, the air, the ventilation, open, unoccupied area. The playscapes really don't violate that. They allow the grass to grow underneath them. On the other hand, the playhouses are enclosed buildings, have cover up the grass, have roofs, and so they ought to be treated differently. And in the vein of not putting any more restrictions on people than necessary, I thought it was good to just say playscapes are required or allowed in any yard because they don't violate anything, in my opinion. And whereas playhouses do. But I said, with the handout I gave you, a suggestion that to change it from a special exemption, just let them be in required yard if they meet the requirements that we talked about last time, with the main difference being instead of 120 square foot, I felt 50 square foot was a pretty big playhouse. And notice also that the encroachment area, and encroachment means just that in required yard. So if they had 100 square feet in the billable yard, that's acceptable. They could have 150 square foot playhouse. It's just the required yard that I'm restricting. And the clearance, still would like to maintain it away from the property line, so you still get a minimum open area, vegetation, something to grow there for screening and privacy. I welcome your thoughts and opinion. Feel free to mark it up.
So if we look back at what we did last month, we had voted unanimously, I think, to have playhouses and playscape means a freestanding structure exclusively for the use of children with a maximum height 12 feet in an area not to exceed 120 square feet. And I think to a large extent, the big change you want to do is separate playhouse and playscape into two separate things.
Correct.
Okay, so the definition, instead of there being a single definition, there would be two definitions. And I don't
Dave,
think
can I ask one thing? I think it looks like we voted 3-2. I don't think it was unanimous. But then I think we did vote unanimous to send that, which we approved, to council
Yeah,
and ask for additional guidance if they want us to do any more than that. Did we hear anything from council yet, or I don't know if that was anything they took up?
do we have anything
Did
back
anybody
from
bring up
council
anything about
on this?
playscapes?
It was not on the agenda, this didn't come
Okay.
up.
Anyway, I was just curious if we got any
Yeah,
direction
yeah.
from city council.
I was at the city council meeting, and frankly, I can't remember. So, but,
It was not on the agenda.
good, thank you. So, we have time on this. We could still, I guess, tweak our recommendation if we would like.
I think
And-
what we're waiting on, what council is waiting on is a draft from the city attorney's office.
Ah,
So,
but we still have time to
That's
tweak
why
this,
it wasn't on the
I
agenda.
presume, yeah. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the possibility of breaking this definition into two pieces instead of just have it lumped together. All right. I don't mind what we have already. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I think I understand the concept and don't have any real fundamental disagreements with Jerry, how you chose to split them out. I guess, from my perspective, I feel like we've kind of done enough with Playhouse that it's not been at least so far, a recurring, problem area. I know we're trying to get in front of it so it doesn't become one. I don't know, I'm probably more inclined to kind of, for the time being, live with what we've got, have the attorney draft it and have council tell us if they say this doesn't go far enough, then I think we've got a good head start here. I feel like there's a lot of words, a lot of kind of rules around something generally I'd like to think that people do a pretty good job with and don't need so many rules on, but that's kind of my opinion.
Well, in some ways, he's making it easier with by saying playscapes.
You know, I do like the
Required
definition.
yard.
Yeah, I guess I'm going down to the next section is more what I'm commenting on with
And you're
encroachment
right,
areas and
120 square feet versus 50, that's quite a bit of difference.
Is a tree house? What's a
treehouse
treehouse?
is not something different.
Is that a different thing?
Completely
Yeah,
different.
we don't have a definition.
We don't have
Not
any.
regulated.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Fantastic. Okay.
You can have a
Yeah.
mega mansion treehouse.
I don't
apparently.
think that's, you know
We're still
what?
afraid of enrolling with
You know,
like,
the issue,
Just for
I
the
think,
kids.
with all this is what's allowed in the required yard, right? And then, you know, we've talked about HVAC, we've talked about a bunch of things. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm good. I
Good.
don't even care about playscapes. I vote to approve.
Good.
You vote to,
Can I make a motion?
you vote to approve the
No,
changes?
no,
Don't care.
okay. All right, now, okay. Jeannie was talking about square footage here a second ago, okay? You have any more you wanna say about that?
I just think it's interesting. I mean, 120 square feet is pretty big compared to 50. 50 is 10 by 5.
Uh-huh.
And what is this length?
It's probably 8 feet.
Eight.
These were 8 feet, yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, 50 feet should be big enough for a
Did this-
playhouse.
Well, I don't think that's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
I think he's just saying that that's the maximum
That's the
encroachment
encroachment.
into the setback, or what we call
Uh,
the colloquial. the
Amanda,
setback.
did we get this part of the
I'm
definition
sorry,
from
I
you?
thought
The
it was
120
the
feet
whole
was,
thing. I misread it.
That was a definition under, yeah.
okay, 120
There's a
feet
standard
is in the
definition.
standard definition
Yeah.
from,
Yeah, I don't think Jerry was trying to revise that. I think you're just talking about how much of that 120 square feet can encroach in the
Yeah.
yard,
I-
required
I-
yard.
I said that the national organization definition doesn't really fit Rollingwood ordinance definition.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So I came up with what I understand a playhouse to be, an enclosed building, mostly.
So if you have like I think most people that use playhouses or most children who use playhouses are like 6 and under, right?
yeah.
I think that's about the grow out of a playhouse stage,
Yeah.
you know? So if you have they're like this tall. So
Yeah.
if you have a 6-foot playhouse and you go shove it in the corner of your lot, is that not allowed?
Well, I think
It
we've got
depends on
muddy, the water's been muddied. People are
It
building
depends on the area.
big playhouses. That's why we're
Like,
here.
if it's under 50 square feet, then you can shove it wherever you want. Okay.
No, you cannot exceed, right.
Yeah, so if I have
And but you gotta keep it 6 feet from the property line if you want to.
if I have a 7x7 playhouse, I can stick it in the corner of my lot right against the fence. Oh, but I have to be 6 feet away from the property line with that
Yeah,
playhouse?
that's what I was suggesting.
We
Even though
voted
it's
for,
shorter than the fence.
But
We
we-
said
but-
last
but-
time 5 feet from the back rear property line
Well,
and 10 feet from the
The
side.
6 foot comes when I looked at the 6 foot fence and a 12-foot height, and I got that 45-degree angle going on, okay? So,
playhouse tenting, if you will.
Tenting the playhouse. And if there's drainage off the roof or something, it doesn't mess up the neighbor too much. You could overhang, you gotta keep the overhang and stuff. So it's a suggestion for your consideration.
So just to be clear, you're not trying to change the definition of playhouse and playscape being height of 12 feet and area of 120 feet that we voted on last time, or are you trying to change that?
No,
You're not changing that, you're just making more rules about where it can go? Is that right?
I'm defining first, you define I don't know if you got this on your agenda, pretty pictures. You did, they're,
Okay,
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's in there.
so to me, the playscape is anything. I mean, it's open, it's not gonna prevent grass from growing under there. So there's a big difference, and we shouldn't let them put a playscape up anywhere, or swing. It's the playhouse that is in our current code not allowed in required yards, because it's considered an accessory building.
So in the current code, we have a playscape and a playhouse as two
No,
separate
no,
things?
playhouse.
We do
The
not.
playhouse, not
Playhouse,
playscape,
it's
is
over
not
that.
defined. And so, I defined both of them, so that
And we
if
think there's a
somebody has a
material
problem
difference
and runs
between those,
around
or-
and complains, they got an animal here, and this is, complaint base too. If your neighbor has a complaint, they have something that they can fall back to.
So you can build a playscape of any size, of any height, in a required yard if it just happens to look like that?
Well,
Is that the deal?
to me, even the the city playscape down there is open, it's airy, it doesn't have grass, but it's got mulch on it. It doesn't violate the benefits of having a required yard. Even though it may be occupied, it still lets the air blow, lets the sun shine, the water runs. Playscapes are different than an enclosed building. Okay, there's a big difference. So, and I'm trying to we had one resident wanted a playscape in his yard and was being told to stop till he got a ruling, from us. So, upon thinking of it and digging into it, this is what I thought was fair and just, for the current code, community requirements for required yards, and people's property rights.
So this agenda item also includes the equipment stuff,
What?
It
the
includes,
definitions,
We already voted on all that last.
yeah,
these?
And we haven't talked about it. The
mechanical
definition of
equipment, yeah,
mechanical
I think he
equipment yet.
changed,
No, the that pertains to defining AC units.
Which we
and-
voted where those came
Yeah.
last week. Or last month.
We talked about, that's a different issue than playscapes and playhouses. What items are required or not really allowed in required yards? And the city has no definition for equipment, and it evolved from the council to mechanical equipment, and I tweaked it a little more to say machinery, and then pretty well kept the rest of the verbiage there. So
And that's only for new construction.
we're coming up for a
Yeah.
definition for mechanical equipment, so when they look at review, they can determine what's, these items are that are allowed in and out on our building plans.
what you're using for the mechanical equipment definition is almost word for word the same as what Amanda Padilla had provided last meeting. Okay?
Right, she came up with one.
Yeah, you just tweaked it
Yeah,
a
there were
little
some
bit,
that
it's
were
almost
too,
the
some
same.
that were
I changed means
Oh, three.
not equipment, but machinery, because machinery has motors in it, it's different. Equipment can mean tools, it could be piping, it could be, broad things, and I wanted to keep equipment to mean the motors and the pumps and the compressors and that make noise, move, and,
Water pumps
people
don't make
object to it.
noise.
So,
With the dewatering pump that's in the ground, I guess, I wasn't here, but I guess we passed keeping
well, this,
equipment out of the setback.
It just
So-
can't be closer to 10 feet. It could be in the 15
And
foot.
the rear
it's
yard?
not- No, it's
So
allowed in the
last-
rear yard.
Last month, if you look,
Yeah, I see that.
That's
I can
right.
look at
this,
that.
the second page
Yeah.
is all the motions that were made. And so
So it can
Jerry
be it can be in the
is,
15-foot yard.
right,
It
so
can't be
Jerry's
closer than 10 feet.
altering that a little bit.
So you can design your house around the
well,
AC.
I just defined the
Right.
mechanical equipment.
So I
This is what you're
think
showing.
was-
since we have a motion already for Playhouse and Playscape, I think if y'all take a bite of that first, then we
Yeah.
can move on to machinery and equipment and that kind of thing, cause I think we're going back and forth.
Let me make a motion to approve the playscape, playhouse language as written, proposed by Jerry.
Well, thank you.
Is that
The-
sufficient?
Just definition or
Just the
this?
definition.
Just the definition.
Yeah. Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, so I want to hear the motion again, make the play, house and play.
Motion to approve the definitions of 107.3 playhouse and playscape, as proposed by Jerry
Okay.
Fleming.
We have that, you have second the motion, okay, we have a
That
motion
was
and a
not,
second.
that was not including mechanical equipment, FYI.
Yes,
Okay,
I think I got that.
all right, thank you.
I have a motion and a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes carry, good. All right,
And it's exclusively for children, so if I see you
That's
in one of
good.
these, I'm gonna call the
all
cops.
right,
just so you know.
now,
But we don't have a definition for children.
okay. What then, do we wanna talk about the square footage, the allowance, or do we wanna do anything with that? Or, going back to what, no, let's stay on these things, before we go to mechanics. So what Jerry is proposing is that we change this 12 feet,
No,
an area not to exceed 120 square feet.
Well, yeah, the one thing I'll point out is our definition before had size parameters. Our new one we just passed has no size parameters. Jerry's proposing that to the extent we have any size restrictions, those are done elsewhere. So we'd have to come up with where
right,
we're gonna.
because those things
put
are
that.
not definitions.
Okay. And for me, it doesn't matter. We give it to the lawyers and they put it where they wanna put it.
Well,
I don't care.
I like to, being a guy that has to come in here and read ordinances sometimes, when you wanna tweak a square footage or something, you don't go to the definition, you just wanna find out what the heck it is. And then you go down into the body of the ordinance and
Yep.
make all the changes you want in
Yeah.
there, and you're,
I think the definition would be as simple as possible.
yeah.
Okay?
So we
I
got
guess
that.
I would propose that you allow a playhouse shorter than 6 feet to be anywhere on the property.
Well, what, 6 by 6 or what?
6 feet in height.
16, oh, you mean
6 feet in
1
height.
6 feet height?
So
Six.
anything
16.
less than
Six.
6 feet in height, if you want to go build it into your fence and no one can see it, I think that's should be totally acceptable.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Cause to me, you know, I got neighbors that has that.
Because you can buy little plasticky ones, right? And like throw it in the corner of your yard, and it's like, no, you're touching the fence. It's like you can't even see my playhouse.
Right.
Okay, this is a playhouse, right?
Playhouse.
Well, I
Playscape
think
can go
Jerry
anywhere.
earlier
Right.
said I think he said he disagreed with playhouse in that manner, but agreed with playscape.
Okay, all right.
No, wait a minute.
I thought you
Well,
said you
well,
didn't want to play house
That's-
in the.
He did. It says he doesn't want the playhouse
Okay.
closer to 6 feet from the property line, and I'm saying that's fine if it's 12 feet,
So,
right? But I
Yeah.
think if it's under 6 feet, which does not fit an adult, just fits a child for the most part, and it's not visible, I think you should be allowed to put it anywhere you want.
okay,
And if it's,
Then that-
especially if
yeah,
it's
yeah,
50
not-
square feet or smaller.
Well, that's
I don't even think it
that's
matters.
encroachment area. He's
I
not.
think
I know,
just-
but I
all right.
still think that
so
if it's
let's,
small,
wanna
you
make that
can
into
put
a
it
motion?
anywhere.
Well, wait a minute. Are we gonna work up the whole thing?
No, I think it has to be broken into pieces.
No, I think we can. I will make a motion to approve 10781 as written, with one adder being that any playhouse less than 6 feet in height is exempt from all other playhouse any requirement around location on site or whatever.
No, no, we have a front yard limitation.
We do. Now, okay, it gets complicated.
Yeah,
Okay, fine. All right, shall I restate? All right, I make a motion to approve 10781 as written, with the exception being that any playhouse 6 feet or less in height can be located in any required side or rear yard.
Well, in any side and rear yard.
What is that?
Any playhouse 6 feet and under, in 6
In
feet
height.
height and under, may be in a side or rear yard.
Okay, great. We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second?
All right.
But wait, I just have a question. So when you say you're
Well,
moving to approve 10781, is that also including 2 and 3?
Yes, the whole thing.
Yes.
The whole thing? Okay, now that sounds good to me.
Well,
We haven't
it-
talked
Well,
about square
does-
footage. We have
well-
not agreed on a square footage thing.
Well, that's in here. So
Well,
it does.
Yeah, well,
Well, no, that's just
That's for the
encroachment, that's
to
just
me,
encroachment.
to me, what he's recommending here is actually an exception to the general rule.
It's an exception to all of it.
Yeah.
If you're over 6 feet, then
That's
you can
right.
only encroach
This-
50 square feet
This is
into
a
yard.
subscript to everything
Yeah.
else, really, yeah.
Right. And
So that's why I wanted to handle it separately.
Yeah.
Okay?
well,
So
this-
we're gonna go back, we can come back to the general rule. But right now, this is a special exception to whatever else we decide. 12 feet, 50 feet, 100, all that stuff.
okay, so this is like B.
So can
So,
you
so
res-
basically, three just says
It's late,
if
I'm
you're,
confused, but
three
that's
just
fine.
says if it's a 12-foot tall, then it has to be 6 feet from the fence. Correct? Is that what that's saying?
No, it says playhouse clearance from a property line shall be at least 6 feet.
But up here it says maximum height, it's 12 feet.
Yeah, may
Yeah,
I-
which is also true,
may
but
I
that's
su-
anywhere on the property, not in the setback.
Yeah, may I suggest
Right.
that we just say that
I thought
one
he said it.
sentence as a sentence B, you have A, playscapes, B would be the playhouse, 6 foot and under may be in a side or rear yard. And then B becomes C.
Sure,
Yeah.
great.
We're gonna talk about B that is now C here next, okay?
Okay.
Right? Okay. So, we have a motion, I believe.
Can you all restate that
Yeah.
motion?
Well, why don't
Okay.
you make it since you seem to know what? I'm confused. I was going to approve the whole thing.
Well, actually,
With
Well, I
the
just
one
want, have y'all,
caveat.
this
no,
all
hold
works.
on, hold on. Honestly, I
this is
think
okay.
what Jerry said is probably not correct. I don't think what we just said for a motion should be B or C. I think it ought to be like 4.
I think if y'all don't worry about
Yeah.
A's and B's and 1s and
Yeah.
2s, and just list it, we
Yeah.
can
We'll
figure
throw
out
that, yeah.
how it will all be
Yeah,
listed.
yeah. We
Well-
really shouldn't be writing the code.
So was
That's
my
not it.
so is my motion sufficient? Are we good?
Your motion is what we're
Right.
leaning towards. However, I believe there's additional information that should be added.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's essentially approving 10781, but adding a definition
It is,
or a.
it is
an
not.
exemption.
It
An
is not.
exemption.
It is not that. It
Oh.
is a separate thing that could fall under 10781, but it is an exception to whatever else is written in there. So it is not approving 10781 the way this is written yet. We're not there yet.
Well, that's what he said, though.
Well, I think.
My intention was to approve this as written, but if we want to discuss it some more, I mean,
Oh.
Well,
Right.
I think if you just add the word also in B, playhouses may also be in required yard if all the following conditions are met, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And then we keep your 6 foot separate, simple, easy to figure
All
out.
right.
Let them put it in separate.
Okay.
Who's gonna?
well, you say required yard. It doesn't say. I mean, this says playscapes may be in any required yard.
I
so
know,
you
we
can put
need-
a playscape
we-
in the front
it-
yard.
No, we need to change that. Good point. It needs to say side or rear.
All right. You want to clean it up and bring it back to us? Is this urgent? Can we do
Well,
it?
I thought I can do that, but. I
I mean,
don't
do we have a
know
place
how
we
hard
have
it
room
is.
in
the
Well,
front yard.
We
Some places
probably
Well,
do.
this is
This
nice.
is actually kind of not a hot topic, but at least a warm one. We
I
probably
think
do
we're
wanna come up
going
with
at a
it.
pretty good rate.
Maybe it's just a trampoline.
if we just wanna go line by line per se.
I would,
So we are agreeing on playscapes and playhouses.
that's right. We
Okay,
have that.
are we agreeing that playscapes may be in any required yard? No, we are changing required yard to required,
Excuse me, we have a motion right now.
do we? Okay, good.
Yeah, we have a motion right now.
Okay, go with it.
And Mike's motion was something to the effect of that a playhouse that is less than 6 feet tall is allowed to be in a side or rear required yard anywhere.
Just
That
say,
is the motion. It has been seconded, all right? I don't care where we put it, okay? Do we have any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes carry. Okay, may I? All right. Okay, we are looking at this text that Jerry has. Okay, playscapes may be in any required yard, number A, okay? I don't care what we do with this, but is that an acceptable statement? I think what we've decided, but we haven't heard a motion on it, is we wanna change that statement.
All right.
Change the statement. Somebody make a
well, I
motion.
moved
Why
that,
don't we, well, let's go through the whole thing and we'll make one motion for this whole section. Is that okay?
Because some of, I think some of this stuff needs to go in definitions and some of it needs to go in 10781. And I don't care where it goes, but I do want to see that we do agree to every line in this. And that's it. And where it goes is immaterial to us.
Well, I think the definitions are good.
already
We just approved
approved
those.
those. We already
We just
approved
did that a minute ago, so those are good. I think this is restrictions.
Okay,
so I moved that line B, well, playhouses may be in a side or rear required yard if all the following conditions are met.
all right. Okay. We are, I think, still on A. If we,
Just to clarify too, whatever we approve, the city attorney still is ultimately
We'll
gonna write.
rewrite, yeah.
So it's gonna come back, is my point.
I thought we just.
is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I thought we just
This'll have to
voted
go to
on
public hearing and
changing
It'll come back for
playscapes
public
to-
hearing.
Yeah, side or
That's when it'll
backyard.
come back.
I thought we just voted on that.
I did, I'm on playhouses. Did I say playscapes?
This,
Okay, I think I can make a motion to get past this. Can I try? All right. So, make a motion to approve 10781 with modifications as follows. A, playscapes may be in any required side or rear yard. B, playhouses may be in any required side or rear yard if all the following conditions are met. And then wherever council so advises, I would like to propose an exemption that any playhouse less than 6 feet in total height.
we've already got that. It's already
Did
done.
we do that
Don't
one?
worry,
We
it.
That
did
one's done.
Okay,
Don't
well,
worry,
then I'm
already
done.
done.
Then I'm done.
Okay, you don't wanna talk about 1, 2, 3.
No, they're great.
Okay,
Thank you
I
so
offer
much.
amendment, okay? For accepting Mike's amendment, but I request this amendment, I have trouble with 50 square feet. I think that's too restrictive.
Well, that's only.
But remember, that's just the
encroachment.
encroach, but,
It's only encroachment.
That's only the encroachment.
but I do think it probably needs to say maximum encroachment into the required side or rear yard.
Probably.
Yeah.
Into an approved
So it's
required
not
yard. That way we don't have to restate it 4 times. What's
I
wrong
don't
with
like
50
this. I
square
don't,
feet?
with this,
You don't-
playhouses may be in a required yard, except that only 50 feet of it are allowed to be in a required yard.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
I mean,
what,
I mean,
the
we
council's
just
gonna
saw
write,
one That crosses the.
why don't we deal with
setback.
I mean,
concepts?
Dave, once it's not in a required yard,
Yeah.
it can be an accessory dwelling. It meets other definitions. It doesn't like you're accepting them into the required yard based on those definitions, right? So,
Yeah, it can
like,
move in a little bit if he wants.
as soon as you move it out of the required yard, it doesn't even have to be defined that way. You could build it
Okay,
two
okay,
stories.
It could be big, just
Yeah,
a little bit.
I misread it at first too.
Okay, what I'm seeing, okay, I'm gonna be thinking about the purple place that is up the way, okay? And what it is probably something like 50 square feet. Probably 36, we were eyeballing it, it might be 36. But the entire thing is in the required yard. And you're saying that this covers that.
Well, I don't know the exact.
As long as it's
dimensions
not
of it,
taller
but-
than 12
Yeah,
feet.
except for the height, that one's pretty tall.
We'll call it 12 feet.
It's
We'll leave it
close.
at 12 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that that's okay now,
If it's no closer than 6 feet
if it's no
to the
closer than
property
6
line
feet, okay.
and does not encroach into the side or rear required yard more than 50 feet
Okay.
footprint.
All
effectively.
right, now, are we coming off of what we had already approved last month of the 120-foot maximum?
No, Jerry's saying that any size restriction should be elsewhere. I mean, I guess it should probably be here, though. That should probably be an added bullet point with the maximum.
Okay.
But I think what he's saying is it can be any size if it's in the buildable area. It's a whole different thing
Yeah,
at that point.
that's a
So,
different thing, yeah.
This is, he doesn't care how big it is in total, as long as no more than 50 feet of it is encroaching into the side or rear yard. So it can be 50 feet long, but only 50 square feet of the footprint can be in the side or rear yard, correct?
Correct. I think that's fair.
Well, should we, I mean, because last time we approved the 120 square feet.
Well,
So,
I
what-
That was as a
So
definition.
what we've effectively done here is we've restricted it to 50 square feet.
Mhm.
Because who's gonna put a playhouse in the buildable area?
Which is,
A lot of people.
yeah.
Somebody
Well, we
might.
say in one spot, we say it's gonna be 120 feet is the maximum, and now we're saying now it's 50 feet.
That's only in the required yard, though, right?
But the
Like, you can
required
build
yard
a-
that's your whole backyard.
Well, I'm sorry. If
Oh
they,
yeah, you're right.
well, no.
You're right.
Yeah, it really should just be
Side yard, 50 into the side yard.
No, I think
You
this.
can't- you got 20
this-
feet
this-
of rear yard. You gonna tell people you can't
Thi-
build a playhouse there?
Well, I think they need to go to the Board of Adjustment or something. I think
You
we
can
got-
put pool equipment there, but you can't have a playhouse?
Well, I'm trying to give them a playhouse, but I'm also trying to maintain our required yards that are getting to minimum mini yards that don't have much in them anymore. And the only thing we have for our Rollingwood character is these required yards. So you've got to balance the natural aspects we want around these things, or you're just gonna fill them all in with it, and our side yards are gonna look like alleys. They're gonna be full of stuff, whether we move stuff out of the
Well,
way.
we already ruled on that last
I-
week.
I know, and so you gotta encourage people to keep it open. I'll put it that way. We
I
talk-
don't think anyone's gonna support you if you tell anyone in this committee that you can't put a playhouse in a rear yard. I don't think anybody's gonna agree with you.
well, depends then on the, well,
I mean, I know Dave just shaking his head. I think that's a non-starter.
I can't get to something that size in there. You
Yeah,
know?
I mean, I don't mind putting a size restriction. but
Yeah, I don't
people-
mind, yeah.
Well,
I
what
mean,
size-
and maybe 120 is too much. It might be. But 50's too little, I think.
well, that's a,
All right, I'm with you. I think 50 in the side yard. Maybe in the rear yard, you say like, 120 square feet or something. I don't know. It's not that big.
that's a
You're not gonna get many people building playhouses that big.
I know, it's
You
pretty
just tear it down 4 years
Well,
later.
we can,
I mean, 120 feet, that was the definition from whatever it was, the,
That's what-
the
Yeah.
official
From-
code of,
from-
Yeah,
of the
and
world.
that was when Playscape and Playhouse were combined. Like a Playscape, that footprint could exceed 100.
Now we have unlimited size playscapes.
Yeah, now it's unlimited,
that's
so
right.
you don't need
Your
it.
backyard is.
well, we can say that, we can say maximum encroachment area in the side yard is 50 square feet, and the maximum encroachment area in a rear yard is 120 square feet.
the Mac,
Deal.
That sounds good to me.
I'm good with it.
All right,
or I don't know if
Sounds
it'd be
good.
an
All right,
approach.
so,
Someone
okay.
make this motion.
All right, now we have, so, these are amendments to the motion. We already have a motion up.
So is the maximum size 170 feet then? You had the 50 and the 120? I mean, is that right? No? Okay.
Yeah, good point. I
Let legal
I
comment
say
on
we
that, but
scrap-
that's- You could do
I scrap
but
this
the side of it.
point 2 and replace point 2
I don't care either way.
with maximum area not to
En-
exceed 120 feet
encroachment
in a
area.
rear yard,
encroachment.
in a rear, required yard, and
Yeah.
not to exceed 50 feet in a required side yard. That's amendment,
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'll
okay?
Okay.
Can I
I'll
ask for
second that.
some
Okay.
clarification real fast?
Yeah.
I think it's.
I know
still
that
size
we'll
as it
work
is.
on the
That's a good
way
question.
the language is drafted, but right now it says unless a special exception,
No, forget that.
exemption, okay, because
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
want this to have to go to the BOA.
You have an old one. You have an old
Oh,
one. You're looking at something old. Okay. We got rid of a special exception. Okay? Yeah, you're looking at old stuff.
Put my notes on there.
Yep. Okay. Let's look at number 3. Playhouse clearance from a property line shall be at least 6 feet. Not good, we're good with that language? Okay.
Oh, here.
Is that right?
Unless it's unless it's less than 6 feet tall.
We already
We
got
already got that.
We already
We're
have
good.
it.
We're good on that.
Okay?
Yeah.
So there, except I don't see it, and except the playhouse may be closer to property line with approval from abutting property owners. I don't want that.
You don't like that?
I don't like property.
I like neighbors to be involved, that's all. I just,
Yeah,
I think-
don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I'm sure the
I
next
know,
neighbor
I-
comes
We
along.
turn 'em into
someone
bad
can
guys.
move in and-
When they say no, they become bad guys.
Yeah.
Yep,
well, I like my neighbors.
yep. Well, wait, what about the next ones though?
They'll have to put up with me.
That's right.
Uh,
I don't like that.
Or do we need a motion or are we good?
We're still in the motion.
Do we need another amendment? Is
I-
that where we're at?
I'm-
Did you make the
I
amendment?
am I'm asking a friendly amendment to remove those 2 last lines.
I didn't even see those, yeah.
Yeah.
No exception.
I second that amendment.
I think, you made the first, are you okay with that amendment?
I'm great with these amendments.
Good. All right, any additional discussion? Do we have this, Michaela?
No, I didn't get a second on that motion.
We did,
I
yeah,
second.
there was a
You
second.
seconded the amendment, I'm talking about Mike Rhodes'
Jerry's second. Well, I don't know which one.
Yeah, I
think he just
I second Mike's,
Okay.
Mike Rhodes.
Okay, otherwise, are we all right? Michaela,
What's that?
we're gonna be able to get this?
No, I'm gonna have to rewatch the,
Okay.
Would you like us to restate the whole thing?
If
I mean,
you,
it's only
I think
10:20.
I'm not
You
gonna.
might as well.
you think you got it?
First meeting.
All right,
First meeting.
I did also go through it.
okay.
We really don't stop till the next.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes carried. Thank you, Jerry.
All
It
right.
was good.
Well,
I think
no,
we have a
I-
lot more sense to this.
I-
It's good.
I
Thanks very much.
appreciate y'all input.
All right.
It got better as more people put thoughts into it.
Yep, I like what we're suggesting here. All right, we're moving along to regular agenda.
Wait. 107.3
there were
mechanical
mechanicals,
equipment.
weren't there? We didn't do mechanical. Excuse me, coming back to
So
agenda item number 5.
I think language that says including but not limited to is very broad, and I think that things change, equipment changes, et cetera, et cetera. I think I think we talked about this before. I don't agree with excluding this stuff from the side yard to begin with, but I know I wasn't here and we voted on that. But regardless, I think if there's a hot button issue like an HVAC unit or a generator, or like list them out and don't put including but not limited to. That way someone can come along later and be like, well, you put a water softener, that's in the side property line that makes no noise, and then you got a neighbor complaining that you have something benign sitting there that just doesn't feel right. I think if it was a noise thing, I believe.
It wasn't
And
just a
so,
noise thing.
If it's a
not just
noise thing, then be more specific. I think the broadness of this is open to a lot of interpretation, and I don't like it.
So are you suggesting that we just delete the "but is not limited to" verbiage and say this includes
I think you
heating and
should
air
say
conditioning units?
mechanical equipment includes heating and air conditioning, generator. Pool equipment is not even loud, but whatever. I mean, neither is AC stuff. But yeah, I would list it. I mean,
All of these.
I think 80% of the houses in the neighborhood already have it in the side yard, so it's a little
Well, they're
peculiar,
still allowed in the side yard. They're just
Should-
required to be set back a little bit.
but it's gonna make no difference in the noise. but
Should you
that's
put,
okay.
It wasn't just
No,
noise.
I,
It's,
I think that's a good
I
point.
think Jerry wanted trees to grow.
I think we are trying to be specific and exact on what's not going to be allowed in required yard. That's where I'm coming from it. And if there's future items that somebody may misinterpret this and say, well, you put it in the side yard, you're not supposed to, then that may have merit. The only thing is, the sentence before that talks about the appurtenant to a residential use, which is those items that come with the house are part of it, like the AC unit. It's not a separate item. So it's not something somebody's gonna add later, like a shed, independent. Nevertheless, I think it's I can see deleting, but is not limited to be more specific.
Why do you care if it's appurtenant to the use? I mean, I think that's also vague.
Because that
I mean,
nails it.
What is that? Is that
That
necessary?
nails it down to that house. And when you,
Well, yeah,
that's-
but then somebody can pull up a generator on a trailer and park it next to the house and plug it in. I mean,
yeah,
and then
and
you gotta
that's,
argue that's appurtenant or not.
that's a piece of, mechanical equipment, even though the generator's more electrical, it's, we're defining it as mechanical equipment. Yes, because that's,
No, I don't think you understood. Like, if you pull up, back a trailer into your side lot that has a big generator on it, I don't know that that's necessarily appurtenant to the house. You could run it exclusively from the house and power up charge your boat or your car, whatever.
well, for how long?
I'm
The-
just looking at the
the-
definition. I don't know. I'm just.
Well, it could be debated whether that's appurtenant to the residential use or just a supplemental use.
I
you know,
agree. That's
temporary-
why I think we just lose the appurtenant language and just say mechanical equipment means HVAC, this, that, whatever the things are, and just list them and be very specific.
Well, for me, I think that could work too. That nails down the majority of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think it was very specific. I mean, I always heard pool and AC generator was a new one, but that's probably the loudest of all of them, albeit it never runs. But it seems like you could maybe allow that.
Right.
But, okay.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
All right, so,
That is-
really, all we're talking about is eliminating the, but is not limited to from your definition, is
No,
that
no,
correct?
we're gonna say means machine devices.
Can we say mechanical, I'll make a motion, maybe it won't get approved, but I'll make a motion that 107.3 under mechanical equipment changes to say mechanical equipment means heating and air conditioning units, pool equipment, and household generators. Period.
Well,
You're not rainwater collection system pumps and similar,
I
Appurtenances?
got that across the yard of from my house.
You have what?
A rainwater collection pump.
Okay.
In the big, new house across the street from me. And that's why I came up with that, because it's in in fact, it's in the
we have-
required front yard.
we have a motion,
So, well, I would want to include the rainwater
Okay.
collection system pump.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, and then Jerry can propose an amendment, right? I'll second.
No second. All right,
But we're not adding, you're not,
A pump lives in the ground. Like, I don't.
no, this is up above. This is on the surface. It's a,
okay, yeah,
close-in
we've got-
suction pump.
Yeah,
Yeah, they put a little thing around it, but I can still see it, So it's a piece of machinery. It's a fine point, grant you. It's not the worst thing. The worst thing is they got a 2-foot diameter white manhole that sticks up about 2 feet in the yard. But that's another issue. So that's,
I guess I would say to that, I don't know what that pump is necessarily. That's not what I'm familiar with for rainwater. But people have rainwater capture requirements. We've already limited what they can do in the side yard. Otherwise, I feel like that is a good place for those things. And I don't know. I don't know what the
All right.
specific pump is. Maybe it's above ground, but I think we're deviating from the main issues that we've
well, I
heard
thought,
about forever, which was AC and pool equipment.
yeah.
and generators.
Well, that one came up later, but it's fine. I agree with that one, I guess.
Well,
Did we treat all of these things the same way in our decisions last time as far as distances or allowance in side
Yes.
yard or that?
Yes.
We did, we treated them all the same.
Yes.
So, in effect, we could take what we had recommended last month and turn it into mechanical equipment only. We wouldn't have to talk about HVAC or generators or anything like that individually. We do that in the definition section. Do I have that right?
yeah, that sounds like
Is
it
that right?
gets simple.
Okay. Then if what we're doing is just defining, grouping all of these things that we already decided on where we were gonna put them together and call it mechanical equipment,
Seems to make sense.
I think that's the motion, that's what I think the motion sounds like, okay? So we have a motion, that's what you seconded, Tony?
Uh-huh.
Just that,
And he said air conditioning units, pool equipment,
what I said, okay,
and
all
household
right,
generators.
okay.
Those 3 items, yes.
All right, there we go, 3 items.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Good. Ayes carry. I believe we can come off of this item. Think we're done? All right, okay, thank you. Moving along. Moving along to regular agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action for recommendation for fence construction materials. Now,
Can I make a motion to table this?
this is not, this is not an urgent matter, it has not come up. I believe that you're the one. Who,
I know.
Yes,
Tabled
yes,
twice.
it's you. You're the one who brought this
Double
thing up.
tabled. I
So-
know.
Well,
Because
you brought
keep-
it up, right?
You keep burying my issue at the very end, Dave. I want that noted for the record.
Yeah, that's right.
Michaela, next time.
I'm busted.
First issue.
I'm busted. You're
We're doing
right. Yeah.
fences
I'm only thinking of
We're doing
myself.
fences before
Yeah.
height. So we do not know.
All right. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
That is a motion.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll wait. And need a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Okay,
Second.
okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All said aye. We got 10:30, 10:29.